Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Hi, beautiful people. Today is Saturday, 19th of February, 2022, and I warmly welcome you to the class of SteelE's annual men's conference. This year's conference is titled World Without End, Preparing Today for the Future. My name is Jeannie, and I will be your host and moderator along with my husband, Class of SteelE CEO and Chief Mentor, His Excellency, Dr. Michael Steele. During our conference, we will learn from 5 masters in their field, namely Mr. Martin Weightman, Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe, Professor Carlos Santos, His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele, and Mr. Stevenson Calendar. Today's conference comes as we've reflected on all that is taking place in our economies following the announcement, realization, and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In an effort to keep people safe during the pandemic, governments and businesses alike have employed greater use of technology with a rising number of processes becoming automated. Though these changes may not have an immediate or direct effect on a number of countries, it is no doubt that every country will be impacted by these changes in several ways, and these changes are here to stay. During this time, we have been seeing increased changes in the nature of work and job quality, with both high-skill and low-skill jobs experiencing some level of automated tasks. Small and micro businesses are seeking to quickly change the way they are doing business to be able to remain open and in the market. And the impending changes coming to our financial system with the introduction of cryptocurrencies into the economy of things. These new ways of doing business and operating will surely soon be reflective across all sectors around the world. As leaders in our families and communities, we are encouraged to keep an eye on these events and happenings. We're encouraged to seek to be educated and stay informed, that we can forecast for ourselves how and when we need to adjust, change, or reinvent our vision to align with the new norms. We look at what these changes will mean for us and our children and generations that will follow. We'll determine how we might navigate the future and at the same time teach our children how to. We'll learn the new types of skills that will be required in the next 5, 10, even 15 years as part of determining what jobs and businesses will become most relevant to us at that time. We also should be looking at the creation of the different types of wealth to ensure the sustainability and ability of our families. In this conference, our teachers will take us on a journey towards achieving a forward-thinking mindset. Since our lives can be very busy and we face many daily demands on our time and attention, the future can become a future thought. So today we will be inspired to focus on the future, learn how to prepare for our future, keep it in focus, and how to successfully manage the journey. So as we move forward, I'll just go through some housekeeping for you today. I trust that you have been able to make sure that your camera, your microphone, and audio are all working. This is important, particularly for the Q&A session, so the presenter can see who they are speaking to, and so that you come across clear when you're asking your questions. So please make sure that your camera is on as well. Kindly also display your correct name throughout the conference and be reminded that these sessions are in English only. We invite you to write in the chat, which will be monitored for the question and answer sessions. The question and answer sessions will follow the presentation. There will be no discussions during the presentations made by our speakers. The entirety of the conference will be video recorded and become available via our YouTube channel, and we will let you know as soon as it becomes available so you can share it and you can go and view it again. If you please note and be mindful that if any person is inappropriately dressed or attired, when your camera is on, we will close your viewing down, or we may have to remove you. So kindly be mindful of your attire in your video sharing. So for today's agenda in the first half of the morning, in the first half of the day, we'll have speakers, Mr. Martin Weightman, Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe, and Mr. Carlos Santos. We'll have a short break, and then it will be followed by His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele and Mr. Stevenson Calendar. So I will now introduce to you our first speaker for the morning, Mr. Martin Weightman. Mr. Weightman is the director of a human rights and interfaith group called the All Faiths Network, a national member body of the UK's Interfaith Network. He is also a member of the Church of Scientology, where in the past, he held a number of positions, including the Church's European Human Rights Director for around 15 years. He works in the natural integrative health field with a company called the Academy of Natural Medicine, which provides educational seminars, conferences, and webinars which address certain chronic conditions which are wrongly diagnosed as psychiatric problems when in fact they have a physical cause. To this end, we provide a medical testing service to help practitioners better diagnose various conditions and so help their patients with the most beneficial and least invasive means of treatment. He is a director of ETLS International, an international translation company, which has been in the translation business for almost 20 years. For a large part of his life, he has been involved with human rights on projects that promote and rectify abuses in a number of different areas. These have covered human rights education, freedom of expression, religious freedom, mental health abuse, and racial discrimination. His overall goal is to create, drive forward, and support activities that contribute to the betterment of society through a variety of different channels. This includes being an advisory board member of ADIO International, a group promoting business development, African culture, and human rights. Join with me as I welcome Mr. Martin Weightman, who will speak to us today on ethics and the social personality in business and in life.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me now? Yes, fantastic. Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you, Michael, for this wonderful opportunity to speak to people and exchange ideas. So as you've already said, I'm going to speak on the subject of ethics and social personality in business and life. Let me share my screen first, and I hope this is going to work fine. Okay. Do you see that? Can you see that, my PowerPoint presentation now? Hello? Jeannie, could you tell me if you can see the presentation?
Hi, Martin. Yeah, we can see your screen. Switch your presentation view, your display settings. Just click switch. And once you click switch, we would see the presentation and you will see your notes. So just click switch display settings.
Just a minute.
Up to the top of the screen, you're going to see display settings.
Just have to get out of this. So the top of the screen on the PowerPoint?
Okay, no. So go to, do you have two screens, Martin, or one screen?
I have two screens.
Okay, so go to slideshow. And then once you go to slideshow,
yeah,
from the beginning. And then you go up to the top. If you look up at the top, you're going to see display settings. You just click switch, click on the display, go on the little arrow on display setting. No, up to the top, right up to the top. Up to the top, you can see show taskbar, display settings, and slideshow.
I'm sorry, but I don't see this.
To your left.
Display settings.
Yes,
sorry.
Just click on it and click switch display, swap
present.
Yes. There you go. That's what we see now. You're good to go.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Technical point. All right. Well, all right. So we're going to talk about ethics and social personality in business and in life. There are many things which can make a successful business or life, but I am saying here that there are two key factors which underlie all of these and are vital to your happy survival. And furthermore, there are ways in which to apply the principles which are applicable and which we will be going through in the next hour. So I'm obviously going to be covering a certain part of this without going into a great deal of detail in some of it, and we can always develop these things in other meetings and so on. But these are key points which I believe will underlie every single thing that you do as a business. And whether you're in a technology business or whether you're in a human interface business, whatever it may be, these are key points which are vital. So, first, what is ethics? What is ethics as a subject? Well, ethics consists of a rationality towards the highest level of survival for the individual, for the future race, the group, mankind, and other dynamics taken up collectively. And when I say other dynamics, what I mean are other areas of life, which would include your family, the animal or plant life, the physical universe, spirituality, and your own understanding of the creator or source of this universe. So we're looking here at a philosophical approach to life through the subject of ethics. And so you have all these different areas. You have yourself, you have your family, you have groups, you have mankind, you have the animal and plant kingdom, you have the physical universe, you have spirituality, yourself as a spiritual being, and you have whatever you understand to be the creator or source of this universe in which we exist. And so these are 8 dynamics of survival, which basically cover everything about livingness. I am not going to go into these different areas in any great depth at this point, but just to give you a kind of broad overview. So ethics are reason. Ethics are essentially an optimum approach to life based around these principles. Ethics are working together for the common good of all. And this subject can be broken down much further, and I will touch upon it a little bit shortly, but for this presentation, I just want us to hold these key points in mind. Because ethics, whilst initially intention, is ultimately what you see, what you do in action, what the person does. And this is the key point of evaluation to understand ethical life. You can say one thing and you can do another thing. So, you know, that is what manifests itself is what is a key point here. So, if ethics is optimum survival, next thing is, it's possible to break down the subject of ethics into several categories. Ethics is a philosophical approach to life, which is a personal matter. Ethics is personal, you know, it's how you deal with life. It's your honesty, your integrity, your philosophical approach to life, which is your own personal determination on how you will live. And then the next subject will be conditions of survival which exist in life. You could be in all sorts of conditions. To give you a few examples, you could be in treason. Let's say you were unfaithful to your wife. Well, you would be in treason to your wife because you've broken firm commitments that you've made in that relationship. Or let's say in business, you are not doing well and your business is crashing. Well, you could be in a danger condition or an emergency condition. Or let's say in business, things are going along fairly well and you're moving along, and that would be normal. Or you could be doing extremely well and you could be said to be in a condition of affluence. So there are other conditions which can be defined, but that's to give you an idea of different conditions of survival. And there are formulas to improve those conditions. So there are steps. Let us say you are in a treason condition or a danger condition. There are specific steps, which I do not have the time to go into here, but there are specific steps you can take to get you out of those out of that condition. Let's say, for example, your business is not doing so well. Might not be doing that badly, but it's not doing so well. So you need to promote, you need to do a number of different things which are laid down in a variety of steps, which will help you determine what are the right actions for you to improve your business. And then this is, then we have ways in which to deal with the antisocial personality. We'll go into that subject shortly, but an antisocial personality, briefly stated here, would be somebody who is acting negatively towards you or your business or to any other issue in life. When I say negatively, I mean there's a whole range of factors which we will cover. But basically, if you have somebody in your business which is being destructive, or somebody in your life who is being destructive, then it's important to deal with that destructive element in your business or your life. Then another section of ethics could be called organizational responsibility. Whether you're a manager, whether you're a lowly, I don't use that word pejoratively, but a lowly worker in an organization, you have a responsibility to that organization. You are part of that group. And let's, for example, say you see some things being done which are not ethical. There's somebody taking money or taking supplies. You have a responsibility to point this out and maybe at first approach the person, but ultimately you have to bring this to the attention of management, or you have to take action if you are management yourself. And then finally, we would have what could be called justice procedures. And I'm not specifically talking here about the legal system. That may ultimately be something you would need to do. But I'm talking about justice within your own organization. And let's say, for example, that you have somebody who is bad-mouthing another employee and spreading rumors about that employee, and that employee is suffering because of it. And you may even be influenced by the rumors yourself. Now, if you cannot sort this out between the two people concerned, then you have to elevate the problem to, shall we say, some kind of more formal process whereby the person who, for example, is being bad-mouthed, or where false information is being provided about that person, where that person has the opportunity to respond to those charges with regards to the person who said them, so that you're coming into a justice procedure rather than an individual action. So all these different categories are subsections of ethics, and all of them have quite specific ways in which to deal with the problems and the issues which you will find, whether it be in your life, whether it be in your business, or in any other forum of life. So that is what I mean by ethics. Ethics is very simply optimum survival. So what prevents it? Well, what prevents it? Things that crush or burden by abuse of power or authority. To burden a specific, this is going broader than a business, but to burden a specific race with unjust or cruel restraints or impositions. To burden spiritually or mentally, to weigh upon. To suppress. And in a business environment, to act unethically. So we're now going to get into the area of what is a social personality and what is an antisocial personality. But first, I just want to clear up some of these, some basic definitions and understandings. So oppression is when you put somebody down, when you suppress somebody, when you are doing things which are against the overall survival of yourself or the group or your family, anything along these lines. These would be specific cases of oppression. And I think I could say that we can all be guilty of doing actions which are not the best for our business, for our family, for ourselves at times, whether it's, drinking too much or eating bad foods, or whether it is, pilfering from your business. These are all minor, or relatively minor, depending on what they are, of course, acts of oppression. But what we're essentially really talking about is, when we're talking about oppression as a major subject, are major actions which, here, as it says here, burdened by abuse of power or authority, or as in the case of racism, to burden a specific race with unjust and cruel restraints. So, suppressed. What is it? Being held down, squashed, invalidated, reduced inside, made to feel smaller. And what is depression? It's a feeling of being down, small, tired, sad, unhappy, hopelessness, fatigue, apathy. These are all things which are manifestations of depression, and we'll go into this a little bit further, because depression can very well be the subject, the result of oppression. It's not a mental illness necessarily at all. Of course, you can be sad because you've lost a family member or something along these lines. But depression can also be because other people or somebody else wants to make you smaller and feel less, and puts a stop on what you want to do. So that's just another definition I want to cover. So maybe you're not depressed, but maybe you are suppressed. So let's step back a bit and look at what are the oppressions in society. These are some of them. There may well be more, but an oppression on society would cover global drug addiction, global human rights violations, nations at war or the threat of war. We see this right now in the case of Russia, Ukraine, European Union, going back and forth. I'm not going to comment on this other than to say it is an area of oppression which is occurring, and everybody that is listening to the news is, concerned about it and doesn't know what will happen, and it's oppression wherever it's coming from. So these are just factors that will, be part of global drug addiction, which is the illegal prescription of drug abuse. Just to show that there are causes. And I think the point here is that there are causes of global drug addiction. They don't just happen, these things, they are caused. Global human rights violations, slavery, human and sex trafficking, these are caused. People are behind these things. It's not just something that happens in life. People are specifically causing this. Who would cause slavery? Who would engage in sex trafficking? It is an oppression of others and is done by specific people. And nations at war, then we have nuclear and chemical, biological warfare, and so on. So we have man's humanity to man. Again, I'm underlining here, I am not saying that man is a bad person, or he's in a poor, or that he's forever condemned, or anything like that. I believe very much to the contrary. But as we're talking about social personalities and and antisocial personalities, which I will come into more. Again, we have to see that there are major situations that exist on this world which are caused by people. Suppression of Africans from the slave trade and apartheid, suppression of Jews and others in Nazi Holocaust, suppression of Maoris in New Zealand, cultural assault on Aboriginal people in Australia, suppression of Indigenous Indians of Canada, suppression of Native American Indians, suppression of African American people, or African people indeed, and many genocides around the world. They're all the people, specific people are behind these things and are causing them. But there are ways to deal with it, and we will get into that. So there is such a thing as a suppressor. A suppressor is, as this diagram illustrates, is somebody who is putting you down. And we found that there are certain characteristics and mental attitudes which cause about 20% of the race, all peoples, to oppose violently any betterment activity or group. 20%. There's only 2.5%, which is truly dangerous, but another 17.5% can be negatively influenced by these people. We'll get into that, but that's to give you some kind of stable understanding of this here. And actually, I should add, which I meant to say at the very beginning, I apologize to some of you, those of you that attended the women's, the women's meeting last week, because a number of these slides are slides that were put together by Lady Margaret McNair, and I want to acknowledge her for that. And I have adapted these, and we worked together, Lady McNair and I, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And if apology is needed at all, you will see that some of these slides are the same as the ones that were in the women's presentation, but not all of them by any means. So, who are well-known antisocial personalities? Oliver Cromwell. I don't think I need to go into any detail. Maximilien de Robespierre, Hendrik Verwoerd, So what are antisocial personality traits? And, when we're looking here at 2.5% of people will be found to be antisocial personalities, which means that they will have a majority of characteristics which are negative, as I will identify shortly. 20% or 17.5% more of the population will manifest some of those to a shall we say, a significant degree, but we wouldn't class them as, firmly dedicated antisocial personalities. So, what are antisocial personality traits? What's the definition of a trait? A distinguishing quality or characteristic. There are 12 of them, which we are going through here. So one is he or she speaks only in very broad generalities. That kind of a person will say, well, everybody knows that, this person is not doing well and, can't do well at work, or, everybody knows that that the government is bad. I mean, it's a broad generality. Right? Very well may be things that the government are doing that are not optimum, but when to say everybody knows everything the government is doing is bad, it's too much of a generality. It doesn't differentiate. Or they're all no good. When you're talking about Black people, for example, all Black people are no good. That's a generality. People are useless is a generality, because obviously people are not useless. And these are just some other examples, that everybody thinks, that, this religious group are bad. It's a generality. We all know that, that again, let me use a religious example, as I've dealt with many of these. We all know that this particular religious group is damaging, or we all know that the minister in charge is just trying to take money from them. And these are kind of generalities which are false. Same another example, the people know that, this kind of thing. So that's everybody. When everybody talks in a when people talk in generalities, that's one, or when a person, should I say, talks in generalities, that is one example of an antisocial characteristic. Then the person will deal in bad news, critical or hostile remarks, invalidation, and general suppression. People just relay on bad news, and they give you bad news all the time. The antisocial personality, the third one is antisocial personality, alters to worsen communication when he or she relays a message or news. So they will embellish the problem or the subject that they're talking about. And, this is another manifestation of an antisocial personality. And the fourth one is a characteristic, and one of the sad things about an antisocial personality is that it does not respond to treatment or reform. So you try and help that person, you try to make them well, and you try to encourage them to change behavior, and so on and so on. And if they just consistently will not do that, or pretend to do it and don't do it, that would be a characteristic. And we have the fifth one. Surrounding such a personality, we find cowed or ill associates or friends who, when not driven actually insane, are yet behaving in a crippled manner in life, failing and not succeeding. So, it could be in a family, it could be in a business, but people around this antisocial personality who are, you could say, are always being put down, are not being allowed to develop their potential, and this kind of thing, are being suppressed, oppressed. We covered this before, the definition of this before. And such a person, an antisocial personality, will just denigrate what you're doing, and it may be overtly, and it could also well be covertly. So they may say it in a very sugar-coated way, but it's not. It's intended to really to put you down. Another characteristic would be the antisocial personality habitually selects the wrong target, which basically means, there might be something wrong in your company, and the cause might be that promotional materials are not going out, but an antisocial personality would select the wrong target and say, it's the receptionist which is not treating people well, to give, an example. So yes, the antisocial person habitually selects the wrong target. The antisocial personality cannot finish a cycle of action. A cycle of action is when you do something, you start something, you change it, you stop it. This here is obviously an example of somebody who cannot keep control over their kitchen. But this is, you could think of this as perhaps a whole load of different actions that you are doing in your business, and they never get completed, or maybe they never even get started, and it just accumulates into a mess. Many antisocial persons will freely confess to the most alarming crimes when forced to do so, but will have no sense of responsibility for them. So we come back again, we touch again on the subject of ethics and responsibility and what you are feeling about your life and environment. And of course here, what we have is somebody who has just no responsibility for the actions that they've done and don't even see that they have a responsibility for them. So the antisocial personality would support only destructive groups and rages against and attacks any constructive or betterment group. So this example, of course, is of Ku Klux Klan. That it's a destructive group, they're supporting it. All these people are supporting this group. Whether they're antisocial personalities, all of these people, for example, are all 100% antisocial personalities, or they're just heavily influenced by the main ones amongst them, would be a matter to be determined. But they're all demonstrating this particular antisocial trait. An antisocial personality approves of only destructive actions and fights against constructive or helpful actions. So, in your business, maybe somebody is promoting an action that is really destructive and would fight against ones that are constructive. Helping others is an activity which drives the antisocial personality nearly berserk. Activities, however, which destroy in the name of help are closely supported. Here in this image, we have an example of an antisocial activity, which is electric shocking people. Of course, such an activity, how anybody can think that putting an electric current through another person's brain is somehow helpful can only be classed under the trait of antisocial personality. And finally, that we will go through here is the antisocial person who has a bad sense of property and conceives that the idea that anybody owns anything is a pretense made up to fool people. Nothing is ever really owned. So you could say that, philosophically speaking, communism would fall under that category as a broad approach to life, that anybody owns anything is a pretense, because people do own things and people do have things and they are their own things. And if you try to take if you try to strip people of those ownerships, then you're stripping people of their own sense of beingness and wellness. So what is behind all this? The basic reason the antisocial personality behaves as he or she does lies in the hidden terror of others. It is the fixation that survival itself depends on keeping others down or keeping people ignorant. If you just think about that a minute, what really determines whether somebody is an antisocial personality is how they suppress and put down others. Because what is their thinking? Their thinking is a twisted thinking, but nevertheless, it's a twisted thinking that if people are better than them, then they will not succeed. And so their computation, their twisted computation, is that fixation is that survival itself depends, their survival depends on keeping others down and keeping people ignorant. And that's why, that is a motivation behind why people invalidate you or people invalidate other people, why they put them down, why they spread false rumors about another person, why they engage in destructive activities. All of these things, this computation is behind all of these actions. The bulk of such people also, this is a factor to remember, the bulk of such people exhibit no outward signs of activity. They can appear quite rational and very convincing. The person in the insane asylum who is, clearly acting completely irrationally is the victim is the victim of a truly antisocial personality. Somebody has already been on that person and has suppressed them and oppressed them and denigrated them to such an extent that they are, completely no longer functional in society. So the list that I've just gone through consists of things which a personality cannot detect in himself or herself. An antisocial personality cannot detect in himself or herself. So it is true that if you thought you found yourself in one of the above, you most certainly are not antisocial. So just to say that if you felt that you may have done one or been responsible for one or two or more of these things, and that you've done that in your life and you may be ashamed or sad or, you did it, then you are most certainly not antisocial because you can recognize that. So feel comforted by that. Things are not likely to get much better so long as 20% of the population is permitted to dominate and injure lives and enterprise in the remaining 80%. So are we asking the right question? With the world in pain and man's humanity to man, the question usually asked is why? But the question should be who? The social personality cannot be defined easily by comparison with his opposite. Can be defined, most easily with comparison with his opposite, the antisocial personality. And so really what we're going to do now, I see time is moving on, is we're going to go through these quickly. These are essentially characteristic of a social personality. So a social personality is specific in relating circumstances. Joe Jones said, the Star newspaper reported. These are specifics, not everybody, but a specific person. Mary Jones, spokesperson for the company, says, they're specifics. The social personality is eager to relay good news and reluctant to relay bad. So, doesn't like to relay bad news. Might have to, but doesn't like to. A social personality passes communication without much alteration, and if deleting anything, tends to delete injurious matters. Treatment and reform work well on the social personality. People can recover. People do recover when you're a social personality. Friends and associates of a social personality tend to be well, happy, and of good morale. So you will usually find that you have social people have a good group around them, and they're happy and they're doing well and they have good morale. The social personality tends to select correct targets for correction. Well, here we are. The opposite was, selecting the wrong target. Here you can evaluate, a social personality is able to evaluate what is in front of him and say, it may take some doing this, but this is the cause of something, and are able to act upon that kind of determination. And cycles of action begun are ordinarily completed by the social personality, if possible. So, instead of having lots of incomplete things done, social personalities work towards completing cycles. I'm sure that many of you have lots of, things that are going on that aren't complete in your lives. But that doesn't mean you're a social person, an anti-social personality. If you're trying to complete the cycles, the actions that you have ongoing in front of you, and you're doing them to, the best of your ability and so on, then, you are working towards completing actions that you're doing. The social personality is ashamed of his misdeeds and reluctant to confess them. He takes responsibility for his areas. Well, let's just take some of the examples I gave before. Let's say you have been unfaithful to your wife. Well, you will be ashamed to admit that. But if you are willing to take responsibility for it and repair it, then fine. If you are stealing money from your company, well, then if you're willing to accept and take responsibility for it, then you at least have a social personality in that respect. And, then you can take actions to make up for the damage that you have done to the company. And, with luck, you might even stay within the company, but, that's going into details here. The social personality supports constructive groups and tends to protest or resist destructive groups. Destructive actions are protested by the social personality. He assists constructive or helpful actions. Destructive actions are protested by the social personality. He assists constructive or helpful actions. Yeah, we've done that, sorry. The social personality helps others and resists acts which harm others. And from a perspective of a social personality, property is property of someone to the social personality, and its theft or misuse is prevented or frowned upon. So here we are, stealing. This is an issue of property. Somebody drops his wallet, you take that wallet or you steal that wallet. That's an antisocial characteristic. But if somebody drops the wallet and you give it back to him, that's a social characteristic. So the social personality, this is the motivation now. The social personality naturally operates on the basis of the greatest good. And a basic clue to the social personality is not really his success, but his motivations. I think I covered that a little bit earlier. The social personality, when successful, is also often a target for the antisocial, and by this reason, he may fail. Here we have an example of a couple of artists who have been targeted by antisocial personalities. The social personality. The social personality wants to survive and wants others to survive. Whereas the antisocial personality really and covertly wants others to succumb. Just because a man rises above his fellows or takes an important part does not make him an antisocial personality. It is his motives in doing so and the consequences of his acts which distinguish the antisocial from the social. So unless we can detect the social personality and hold him safe from undue restraint and detect also the antisocial and restrain him, our society will go on suffering from insanity, criminality, war, and man and civilization will not endure. So the true antisocial personality has a majority of antisocial characteristics, which we have already covered before. The social personality has a majority of social characteristics. So, as a businessman or woman, or as an individual working in a company, what can we learn from these two subjects, ethics and the social or antisocial personality? I would like you to take these key points away with you. As an individual working in a company, if you are being influenced by an antisocial personality, then you will not be doing well. You must therefore take appropriate steps to identify and nullify the suppression coming from that person. Of course, there can be other reasons, such as education, training on the job, and so on, that are behind you not doing well. So these need to be identified, and it should be clear enough if you look where suppression is coming from. Suppression, being put down, invalidated, steered towards negative solutions and so on. Suppression originates as a human characteristic, not the result of inadequate knowledge to do the job. So as a manager, you must be aware of the possibility of an antisocial personality and take steps to ensure that any such suppression is removed from your environment. You must always take into account all the actions of an individual. A person making mistakes but willing to work is not an antisocial personality and deserves to be trained rather than fired. Ethical conduct is a vital component of your behavior and conduct. Integrity and honesty go hand in hand with ethics, as you can see. An antisocial personality will be dishonest and attempt to destroy, often covertly, whilst the social personality will be honest and constructive in their actions. You must always allow a person accused of wrongdoing to respond to the accusations and their sources, and then judge based upon all we have discussed. So this almost brings me to the end of the presentation. I do want to emphasize here that we can all exhibit both sides. We can all exhibit, so we say, antisocial personality characteristics from time to time. But this does not make you an antisocial personality. There is a strong and a very, very important difference here. Just because you're doing something, you do something wrong or bad, but then you're willing to take responsibility for it, shows that you are a social personality. It is the people that do things and cause things that are bad and negative, who don't take responsibility for those actions, that are antisocial personalities. So, of course, you have to identify, you have to evaluate. There are many more tools whereby you can look into this further and help you adjudicate which way to go, what is antisocial, what is not antisocial, and so on. And these can be subjects of further talks or courses that exist upon them. But I do want to emphasize at the very end of this that we are mostly social personalities. I'm sure people here are social personalities. People here want to improve things. They want to do things for the better. They want to make changes. They want to learn. And all these characteristics, the characteristics of the social and antisocial personality, and ethics, and it's your approach to life as an ethical being, are vital, and they underlie every single other thing that you do. Because whatever the technology you use, whatever the sales techniques, whatever your interpersonal relationships are, it is absolutely vital that you maintain an ethical approach, or you yourself and your business will go astray. And on the other side, it's important to identify people who are trying to cause destruction in your business or your life, of course. So, ending off, I would like to say all this is based upon the works of L. Ron Hubbard. I want to acknowledge the L. Ron Hubbard Library for permission to reproduce selections from the copyrighted works of L. Ron Hubbard. And to end off with this quote, there are those who try to do right and those who specialize wrong. And upon these facts and characteristics, you can know them. And you can get more information here. So I thank you very much. I think I've gone on long enough. There's time for some questions at this point, and I will pass it over to the moderator. Jeannie? Yeah.
Thank you so very much, Martin. We appreciate all that you have shared. It's been very thought-provoking, looking at personalities, and as well being able to examine ourselves and see where we may have some of those personality traits that we may need to work upon. So now I open the floor for any questions or comments to you. If you have any questions or comments, kindly raise your hand and unmute yourself.
No, can't unmute.
Yeah. So, Mrs. Pretty, is that your hand raised? Yes? Okay. Okay. So, Martin, I believe you have done a wonderful job in explaining it all. I think it's been made quite clear, as we have no questions or comments for you at this time. I have noted though that in the chat, there have been some remarks made. We have Dr. Iman Alam. He said the lecture was more than excellent, and he really appreciates the efforts.
Thank you.
Where is he? Dr. Eman, I'm not seeing. Oh, Dr. Eman. Alam, would you like to comment? No. Okay. Okay. With that, then I would say thank you again, to Mr. Martin Weightman for all he has shared and the knowledge he has imparted on us today, and wish him God's blessings as he continues this journey, and wish him well.
And thank you, and the same to you and all and everybody here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe. So we'll give her a few minutes to a little bit to join us. And in the meantime, while we await her presence, I want to take this opportunity to share with you a bit about the class of SteelE, because I'm sure many of you here with us today are not fully aware of who the class of SteelE is, who we are, what we do, and why we are. So just to share a bit about the class of SteelE with you, it is an organization founded by His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele and a team of like-minded individuals. We're focused on global citizenship and leadership building for our societies. We provide members with opportunities that will empower and help them to work towards the fulfillment of their goals and make a great impact in their countries. In the class of SteelE, members will engage in group and or individual mentorship, certified training courses, seminars and workshops, and a network of experts and professionals, and be given the opportunity to attend conferences and events locally and internationally, which will be organized by ourselves and our partners. We will share with you the knowledge, experience, and tools of successful motivators, trainers, and leaders that will equip and inspire you along your journey. Our mentoring programs for adults and young people. We have a young people's program on Saturdays, and it will all provide every individual with lifelong learning, current and relevant information, informative and inspiring sessions, knowledgeable and experienced mentors, answers to your questions, and the support of our network. We're always happy to help and to share. If anyone would like to ask me any questions about the class of SteelE, I would endeavor to also share with you anything that you wish to understand about us and why we exist. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Let's see, Dr. DeFoe. At this time, I also wish to acknowledge the class of SteelE's management team who is here with us this morning. In the name of His Excellency, Dr. Donald Ewers. Hello, Donald Ewers, Dr. Ewers. That's our Chief of Protocol sitting right there. He just waved at us. I also want to acknowledge Her Excellency Doreen Burunji. Her camera, oh, look, she's there. Hello, Doreen. That's our COO, our Chief Operations Officer in the class of SteelE. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Dr. Bishop Comfort. Is Bishop Comfort still there? Yes, she's waving at us. That's That's our correspondent responsible for West Africa and the Monarchs of the Nations. She is located in Ghana. Who else would I wish to acknowledge? Sorry, I'm looking through everyone that's here to see who is here. So that's why you may see me looking so I don't miss anyone. I also want to acknowledge some of the class of SteelE members who are here. Reverend Daniel Supuru. Hello, Reverend Daniel. Thank you for being here. One of class of SteelE members. Another member, Dr. Charles Onishi, I see you. Good morning and welcome. I'm seeing class of SteelE Youth members as well. I see Ruth from China. You're welcome. I'm very happy to see you. Who else do I see? I see Mrs. Pretty. Welcome from our class of SteelE Youth. Welcome. Very happy to see you taking part. Another class of SteelE member is Stephen Abu. Mr. Stephen Abu, welcome. Thank you for joining us this Saturday morning. Thank you for being here. Do I see any other members? Okay, I'm seeing many names. I'm not seeing. Okay. Well, I welcome you all again. I'm thankful for the class of SteelE members who have joined us this morning. I will give open to our Chief of Protocol, Dr. Donna Ewers, to give us a word this morning. Go ahead and unmute yourself and greet us, our Chief of Protocol. Thank you so much.
Hi, pleasant good morning. It's a privilege to be in the conference this morning and to see so many friends that are here that we invited for this exciting conference. As the Chief Protocol, I'm here to support, I'm here to encourage, I'm here to oversee, I'm here to whatever link and signposting people to the appropriate stage in life. The class of SteelE is an excited group, a mentoring group. And, for those who are coming the first time and, everybody's asking, what we are about. I would like also, Dr. Michael Steele, there's a friend who I invited here, his name is Ray. I just realized we used to work together, and he's asking Dr. Steele if you could just address this, if you can talk to the organization. Is it direct affiliated with anyone? I would like Dr. Steele, he is the big boss, to answer that for me. Can he answer? Jenny, yeah, can he answer that for me? My friend is asking who we affiliate with. I think Dr. Steele can go in more detail.
Hi, a pleasant good morning to everybody. How many of you know when the First Lady has the floor, it is good for me to stay in the background and just watch everything happening behind the scenes. It's a privilege. We're affiliated with a number of organizations, and we have a number of key partners. As a matter of fact, first amongst those and chief among those, Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe, who is our next speaker, and she's a John Maxwell certified trainer associate, and she mentors us in those areas that are pertaining to the trainings certified trainees with John Maxwell. We're also partners and associated with Leaders Without Borders Development Center. And Leaders Without Borders Development Center, you would recognize we have done a number of events in Dubai and different places in Africa. And also we will be hosting the Investment Summit here in May of this year in partnership with the Leaders Without Borders Development Center. We are also connected. I'm a non-executive member of the board of directors for Ethos Asset Management Incorporated. And Ethos, again, Carlos Santos, who is the founder president of Ethos, will be here and sharing with us this evening in the men's conference. Added to that, we're also affiliated with the United Nations ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, through Homemakers Women's Development Initiative. Homemakers Women's Development Initiative was recently elevated to the status of special consultative status to the ECOSOC. And that is one of our key partners and associates that we work very closely with, which is responsible for women development, women initiatives, and other initiatives in Africa and throughout the diaspora. We are connected to also the UN Compact through one of our other companies, our personal businesses, which is SteelE Design Studio Limited, and they are in relationship with the UN Compact. Now, I would not say a bit more or any more pertaining to our affiliations. As a matter of fact, we're also affiliated with Martin Weightman and Lady McNear with the Church of Scientology, and a lot of the communication technology, equally a lot of the human rights, the drug information, drug awareness. So those are things that we take advantage and have an opportunity to share with empowering individuals globally. We're also affiliated with other organizations in the US and in the Caribbean that with time we will share. I'm not one to be saying we're here and we're there. As I can't forget the Seeker International University and Seminary, where some of us have hold our credentials as ambassadors. So there are a number of organizations that we do have affiliations with that strengthen what we do and also equip us to be more effective in what we do and how we do it. And in supporting individuals. I was now looking at the First Lady who is prompting me. So with that being said, I think, I hope that answers your question, but we have to now jump into Her Excellency, Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe, and I will give way to the First Lady. Dr. DeFoe is in, Dr. DeFoe, I see you, you're welcome. First thing, Martin, I want to personally thank you, Martin, for honoring our invitation. Thank you so very much. As a matter of fact, I was listening and I was well pleased. I want to adopt some of your tone. You are so professional and calm in your delivery. Well done, Martin, and thank you for a good delivery. And we look forward to other sessions where you will come and share with us here in the class of SteelE or in any of our upcoming conferences. So come on, let's say a thank you to Martin, the class of SteelE way. This is how we do it. Thank you so very much, Martin, for your support. And I noticed that myself, I'm in red. I noticed that Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe, she's in red, and the First Lady as well. First Lady, please come in and introduce.
As you see, myself and my co-host, we are working together. We are switching and teaming up together to host a wonderful conference for you this morning. Okay. I hope you have been enjoying it thus far. So now let me introduce Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe. She is a global solutionist, business strategist, and a leadership and organization development consultant. Dr. Anita is a multi-award winner. She's an author and a United Nations Global Peace Ambassador who holds a PhD in management with a focus in organization and human development. And she's also a John C. Maxwell Executive Director. She has over 20 years experience motivating, equipping, inspiring, and transforming individuals and organizations. She competently serves as director or president to a number of successful organizations, as well as being the senior trainer and global partnership director for the class of SteelE, a UK-based global leadership development mastermind learning circle comprised of leaders from around the world. So join with me as we welcome Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe as she will share with us on the future of work. Welcome, Dr. Anita. Very happy to have you.
Good. I was about to say good morning, but I forgot it's morning on my side of the pond. So good afternoon and good evening to all in attendance at the class of SteelE men's conferences. Indeed, my pleasure to be with you and to share a bit with you as Lady SteelE has said about the future of work. While I'm sharing my screen, I want you to think about something. The average person, how many hours do you think the average person spends working? How many hours do you think from, say, about age 16 to usually it used to be around age 65, but because things have changed so much, many people have lost the value of their pensions. Many have lost investments that they have made. Many people have found that the plan that they had for retirement has shifted. So I want you to think about a number and write that number down. What do you think? How many hours do you think the average person works from about age 16 to age 65 while I get my PowerPoint loaded up? And I'm going to tell you, and I want you, while you're thinking about that, I want you to think about, how do you want your work life to be? Those of you that are still working, or even if you're thinking about the next generation, and if you are preparing young people for work, or if you are thinking about how your work life needs to shift, because COVID has made people think quite differently about their work, and to think differently about what is the future, what does the future hold for me? And I'm going to share with you, see if I can get my technology to work on this side of the pond. I'm going to share with you some startling shifts that have occurred in the future of work. And you, as men and women that are on this session, if you're thinking about, and I don't know why it's so slow to load this morning. So if you bear with me, where I am this morning in the world, it's been quite snowy, and internet has been going on and off actually. So please bear with me while I see if I can see why it's taking such a long time to load. And while I'm doing that, if you'll ponder my questions, because it's something for all of us to consider when we're thinking about the world of work and how it affects us. Don't you just love technology? And as we all are grappling with the future, we're all having to perhaps get out of our comfort zones and do more with technology. I don't know why it's being so slow to load.
I think, Dr. DeFoe, that we're all patient, so you're okay. We have learned to allow technology to have its part in the process. And technology's part is whatever technology feels like doing at the time. And we just have to comply. Come on, give her a wave and let her know it's okay. We're here. We're here. we're here. We're here with you. I think that's the crisis of coming from the pen and paper era into the communication technology era that is so advanced. My goodness, I wonder what's going to happen when individuals are in flying cars.
Well, what gets me when I start to see CNN and national broadcasts and some of these same freezes, or the same thing with the to link up, then I know it's not just me, that we're all struggling with this from time to time. It keeps saying it's trying to load, but I just got a note saying that the internet is a little sluggish here. I've been dealing with, there we go, snow here for 2 days. And
I think we see in the screen that is the other screen.
Okay.
No, don't tell us your password. Don't tell us your password.
No, I was saying, let me go back. It was up. There we go. So when you think about the numbers, who wants to give me a stab before I start talking with you with my question about how many hours does the average person can think about that they're going to spend working? Anybody have any ideas? Anybody want to take a stab from age 16 to 65? That's kind of the average, although people are working longer. Anybody want to take a stab of how many hours you may spend working? Anyone?
Yuloma said in the chat, she said 392 hours.
For from age 16 to 65.
What
Yes.
is more than that?
Putting in 8 hours of work daily, it would be 392 hours. That was her submission.
I'll take one more. One more guess. Anyone?
They
No
seem
one
be
wants
putting
to
them
step
in
into
the
the
chat.
guest
There's
circle?
another one in the chat, 366 hours.
Okay. Well, I'm here to tell you the average person from age 16 to 65 works approximately 1.5 million hours. And you think about, when you're thinking about your work life and working that many hours, you really don't want to leave that to chance. And too many of us and this next generation is finding that that's not going to work for them. That's a lot of hours. But when you also think that the average person works typically 50 or more hours a week, you think about from age 16, where most people start to get their first job, to 65. But because people are living longer, they're working longer. People, as we often think about 65 being the age where you're going to go home and sit and flick the remote, that doesn't always happen for people anymore. People are living longer, they're working longer. And in many instances, unless they set aside monies for an IRA themselves to do some kinds of investment, the old-fashioned pension that we knew of, those things have disappeared. So the world of work has changed tremendously, even before the pandemic. And so what I want to share with you in my time in this learning circle with you is share some food for thought about the future of work and what you should be considering, whether for your own personal life, in your family, if you run programs, about what's happening with the future of work, because all of us are having to adapt to some significant changes in the world of work. So I want you to start with looking at this short video that I want to share about what's happening in the future of work.
COVID-19 is one of the biggest crises of our time. It has impacted every single one of us, shaken our social systems, and disrupted every sector of our economies. The automation of work, combined with the global recession, led workers to lose their jobs at an accelerated pace compared to previous years. And this trend is expected to continue. The ongoing shift in the division of labor between humans, machines, and algorithms might displace 85 million jobs worldwide in the next 5 years, while 97 million new roles, ones that are more adapted to this new task distribution, may emerge. By 2025, companies expect to displace roughly 6% of their total workforce. 1 in 2 workers will need reskilling, and those remaining in their current roles will need to update 40% of their skill set to adapt to the changing labor market. There is a way to collectively benefit from these challenging times. Decades of research have shown that the most valuable asset of any economy or company is its human capital. Around the globe, companies are already experiencing a shortage in relevant skills for future roles and are investing in reskilling and upskilling their workforce. By 2025, organizations say they will train over 70% of their employees to ensure they can smoothly transition into the jobs of tomorrow. These include DevOps engineers, artificial intelligence specialists, digital marketing managers, talent acquisition specialists, and customer success specialists. It will take on average between 2 weeks and 5 months for workers to pick up new skills, allowing them to move into these new roles. But data shows they won't need to have the perfect skill set to start transitioning. While 2/3 of employers expect to get a return on investment in employees' reskilling programs within just 1 year, governments will also need to step in to update and fund education and training systems, and to ensure displaced workers have adequate safety nets. With purposeful leadership and collaboration, we can turn this global crisis into a unique opportunity to transition into a future of jobs that is inclusive, fair, and sustainable.
So this is what the World Economic Forum is sharing. And if you Google, there's just countless articles talking about what is happening with the future of work. The whole thing about work and what's happening is something that is quite important to me, because my last real job, I often say, I spent some years as vice president for quality assurance for the Workforce Development Board in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And one of the things we grappled with at that point in time, as many communities were really facing, was how to bring good jobs into the community, how to train people and make sure that they were ready for the world of work. Prior to that, I did a stint as an education talent search director at a university. And part of that program was to prepare people for the world of work. Many of them who had not thought about a career pathway, had not thought about going to university. And I used to always feel as a bit of a fraud, because that program, which was a United States federally funded program, was really pushing the 4-year college degree. And it really depended upon the career path, whether you even really needed a college degree. When you hear people talking about post-secondary education is required, that can take the shape of a diploma, a certificate program, a variety of things post what is considered high school. And even back in those days, the research was saying that people were going to need technical skills, but most of the jobs that were going to be created were going to be around the trades, plumbing and electricians and carpenters, that depending upon your career path, that a college degree was not required for everything. So me and my team, we were at schools and we were at communities with adults, talking to them about the world of work. So as much time as I have spent teaching people about being leaders, I've spent a lot in career development. I've spent a lot of time for the National Career Development Association in the United States, teaching people how to work with folks that have barriers to employability, how to prepare them for a career path. So when you think about future work, we all know how COVID has disrupted industries, how it has changed things. We've also seen how more and more from 2019 to where we are now, that we're seeing more of a hybrid workplace because of shutdowns, that doing work remotely has become more and more a trend as we're looking at what's happening with the world of work. Artificial intelligence is becoming more and more infused into the world of work. Those things that artificial intelligence can do, you're finding more and more of those things being done by jobs. those jobs being done by AI. You're finding that a lot of Walmarts here in the United States are using robots to do inventory, to do heavy lifting. If you look at what's happening, trends across the sectors, those jobs that took brute strength, perhaps, and were minimally skilled requirement, a lot of those jobs are disappearing. So one trend that you can see that's happening globally, and as the video said, is the requirement to upskill, because those jobs that you could get that didn't require many skills, no digital literacy, those jobs are becoming few and far between. And so that's one trend that we are seeing no matter where you are in the world. So what I want to do is share with you some of the trends about the future of work. And how we work is very important to everybody. And as men, and women that may be on the call, but men always think about work and how they're able to work, because part of, for many men, and people in general, their identity is tied to their work. We spend all of these millions of hours in a workplace, and our ability to work, our ability to use our skills and our talents doing meaningful work is very important to people. So the first trend that we all are seeing it is this thing that we're hearing called the Great Resignation. And it's said that the Great Resignation is happening all around the world. And so when you think about what is happening, the Great Resignation started in 2020. There was some hints of it in 2019, but we're seeing it in 2022. And workers, not only in the US, but it's found across the UK, and really worldwide, are having a different idea about the world of work. In America, for example, in some months, 2 to 4 million people left their jobs, and meanwhile, millions of jobs were being created and being left unfilled. And more, this has employers wondering about, where am I going to get the human capital that we need to run my business? Where are we going to get those people that we need to do the specific skills and tasks that we need to run a viable business? And employers are really lamenting about this shortage of being able to get people to hire, being able to retain them. And so this Great Recession is not just a United States thing. This is really a global occurrence that is happening in the world of work. It is conceivable that it may last through 2023, but there's some fear that this situation we may see up to maybe 2026, depending on the mindset of the worker. While the Great Resignation is being reported, there's some misinformation about the Great Resignation also, because if you look at the data out here, those sectors that are being most impacted by the Great Resignation are retail, tourism, and accommodation. Those are being heavily hit by this, as what we're calling, and everybody is writing about, the Great Resignation. And when you think about it, what has happened for some people is they're looking at the world of work differently. They're realizing that they've been able to work from home. They like the working from home. They feel that they have a more balance, and they feel that because of just seeing what's happening with the pandemic, their life is shorter than some people even really thought about. But people are thinking differently now, and so they are approaching work in a very different fashion. This whole term was coined by a professor from Texas A&M, and he was the one looking at the trends that he was seeing in the marketplace, and he starts seeing the shifts in the mindsets of people, and so he predicted, from what he saw happening, that this Great Resignation was going to happen, and that more and more people were going to be looking at the world of work differently. They were going to really be more comfortable working from home. So the preference for remote work was growing. And he was seeing more and more growing trends with the gig economy. And so more and more people were saying, well, let me be an Uber driver. Let me be a Lyft driver. Let me do Instacart. Let me do gigs for freelance opportunities with whatever my skills may be. Maybe I'm a web designer. Maybe I'm an editor. So places like Fiverr and countless others really found that they were having more and more people were signing up to freelance, because now people, after having to stay at home for so long, they were like, let me look at my world of work very differently. And so this whole phenomenon, and if you Google the Great Resignation, so many articles will pop up about what has occurred, really with an intensity for this last 2 years. But as I said, it's been kind of growing since early 2019. But the Texas A&M professor, in naming this, said that, you know, as the pandemic started to subside, that you would probably see people seeking more of a balance in their work. But what has happened is that more and more people are embracing this different mindset and realizing that indeed, you know, you have to have a balance, and that life is not all about working these long hours, but that you need more of a balance. And so this whole phenomenon with the Great Recession is really impacting the world of work and what we might see in the future. Most of the time, though, when you're hearing and you're reading about the Great Recession, the Great Resignation, rather, you're not really hearing the full picture. While people are resigning their jobs, they're looking for better jobs. And many times they're looking for better jobs because a lot of jobs in the retail sector and in tourist-based economies, the wages are very low. And so people realize that more and more now there is a demand for talent. And so that the job seeker is in more control in the workplace environment. In many places across the U.S., I had a colleague who got a COVID-19 education grant from the U.S. federal government. So she thought she was doing well because she was going to pay her community health workers $15 an hour to go in to get information from people, the required surveys. But she had trouble hiring people because in comparison to the $15 an hour she was paying, McDonald's and Wendy's were paying workers $17 to $20 an hour. So she had to make some adjustment in what she wanted to pay through her grant. And this is what you're finding with a lot of businesses globally. They are finding that they are having to increase their wages. And then what this is making people stop and think is, well, if you're paying me this now because you're in a crunch, you could have been paying me better all along. And so people are looking at jobs more carefully. And in this season that we're in now, and this trend has been happening for probably the last 5 to 7 years. It used to be where people would say they would hope they could go on a job, stay there for 35 years, get their retirement party and their gold watch and their certificate to hang on the wall. But that doesn't happen that much anymore. People, are leaving jobs. I've had some colleagues tell me they've had people, go to lunch and they text back and say, I'm resigning. So people, some of the old ways that we thought about the world of work is changed, and people don't look bad upon a job seeker if they see a variety of jobs, or if they've been doing jobs in the gig economy as a freelancer. It's not held against them. It used to be in the old way for HR that when you were scanning resumes, you were looking for the stability and seeing how many years somebody has spent on a job. That is not holding as true. A lot of times people, and Gallup writes about this a lot, people don't leave jobs, they leave managers. So if you have bad supervisors, poorly trained leaders, people are less inclined to grin and bear it as they used to in the old days. Now people, if they don't feel that their gifts and talents are being appreciated, particularly millennials and Gen Zers, if they don't feel that they're being used in an appropriate fashion, they're not interested in running errands and getting coffee. If they don't feel that they are really being used in a purposeful way, millennials and Gen Zers leave jobs very quickly. And as baby boomers are retiring, even those that are working longer, the millennials and Gen Zers are the people that are filling the jobs, and they have a totally different mindset about the world of work and how they want to be appreciated. So this whole thing, not only about the career pathway and the technical training that someone has, that is important, but the caliber of leaders that you have, the way that they engage people is very important. And when you read about some of the trends, it said that a lot of companies are thinking about creating a new position called Director of Purpose. And this person will take HR to the next level, where not only are they looking at what role that person plays within the organization, but looking at the whole employee and thinking about in discussions with them, what is their career pathway? What are their goals? What are their interests? And how can you support them? So employers are realizing that they have to do some things quite differently as the world of work is changing. When you think about, and I'm gonna, because it took me a few moments to get the PowerPoint, so I'm not going to belabor this thing, but the Great Resignation is something that everybody should be aware of. And one last thing I'll share about this is that in some instances that researchers are saying it's really not the great resignation, but you see in the great hesitation that people are hesitant to take jobs that they don't feel pay well, that they can't have work-life balance, that they don't feel, you know, it's going to really align with their career path, and more they want jobs that allow them to work remotely, because the hustle and bustle, people have gotten comfortable, you know, working from their home space, and they don't want to go back for a number of reasons back into, you know, into the workplace. But this just gives you a snapshot of what happened in the U.S. During just one month. In terms of those that reside and how many jobs which were created. And it has a lot of workforce development and social entrepreneurs concerned about what is going to happen if all of the jobs are continue to be created. Where are you going to get these people if you can't get them to come back into the workplace, if they opt to just stick with the gig economy? The construction industry says they are having trouble in the US, for example, being able to build houses and to really adhere to the schedule because they don't have enough workers. And some of them from the trade associations and the unions say right now they need some 60 to 70,000 new people coming into that sector right now to just fill the need, and people are not flocking to these jobs. When you look at the Great Recession, not only has this impacted the US, but it's also been noted in places like Germany and Japan, and also in China. In China, because of the long hours that particularly those in the IT industry would work, that the tech workers have kind of been trying to show their displeasure because they're trying to balance family, their own interests between these grueling hours that they often work, which are 12-hour days often. So they're even in China, you're seeing the Great Recession play out as well. So one last thing I'll share about the Great Recession is that it's really impacting the UK. Research has found quite heavily that being able to find staff and that things were kind of leveling off, it says in the UK, and then when the Omicron variant showed up, that kind of really put the UK, really all of Europe into a bad situation, making matters worse. And so you're seeing a great loss of potential as employers are struggling with trying to find workers. Here, I'll just highlight some global facts about what's happening with the Great Resignation, and you can just see These some of them are quite startling. If you look at the global numbers, 41% of folks are leaving, leaving their jobs. You see what it is in the U.S. And I'm in the interest of time, I'm just going to roll through these that you can see them. I'll highlight those that are most startling. One that is quite startling, and Gallup has done extensive research about this, is that most people are not even engaged at work. And why employers are so concerned about remote work, because they feel that it's difficult to really monitor what people are doing all day. Because people can have their cameras on or their computers on, and they could be outside taking a walk. And employers don't really feel comfortable with remote work, although they know that many times they can have people in the seat in the office, and that person is really not that productive. And so that's why many employers have tracking devices on the computer to see how much time people are spending on Facebook and social media and because they know that people are not always actively engaged. And Gallup has found and has done extensive research, and they have reports out that talk about the state of employee engagement. And matter of fact, this has really created a whole new area of HR work and talent management around employee engagement. So if you see, it's only saying that 20% of the workforce is engaged. So that's like each of us having 10 businesses, and only 2 of them are open on any given day. So that says the level of productivity. You got people coming to work, but how productive are they really being? How much are they really contributing to the bottom line? Or what are they doing in terms of the mission and vision? And this has employers, CEOs really grappling with how do they keep their staff? What can they do to engage them? Remote work is the top priority for folks. And a lot of folks are saying that they're going to move. People are moving to places where the jobs are paying even better, because right now, as I said, the wages to really get talent and to retain them, you're finding that there are a lot of industries that are having to pay people more to try to retain them. The next trend, as you've heard me been harping on, is remote and hybrid work. That more and more employers are thinking about how can we engage people? What can we do to maintain them? And so there may be a balance between so many days that people are working remotely and that they are spend a couple days in the office. So this blended approach to work is becoming more and more prevalent when we're thinking about the future of work. Some of the research that I just included here just really talks about this shift of where employers are thinking about how do I shape work so that I can engage people. When they've surveyed people, people have shown a high interest in remote work, and more employers are looking at that, thinking about how they can balance having people come into the office some and balancing it with remote work. Employee well-being, there's more of a concern as people have been dealing with the stress and strife and the uncertainty caused by the pandemic. But employers are realizing that to maintain people, that they also got to think about their well-being and their balance. And so you're seeing where employers are looking at their employee benefits, and they may be shifting those to allow the balance. They're looking more, as I said, about purpose. People have a need to feel that they have some real true link to the mission and vision of the organization. And so hence that's where I see this director of purpose is coming. And then they realize with millennials and Gen Zs that to recruit them, you have to have a different approach, and to retain them, you have to do some different things. Even before the pandemic, if you looked at places like Google and Facebook, you could take your pet to work. You could perhaps take your child, and there was child care on the premises in another part of the building. So a lot of employers already before COVID were doing things to try to engage people, but particularly trying to engage millennials and Gen Zers because they have a different expectation. Best Buy, if you've heard of them, a lot of them were going to what is called the ROWE, R-O-W-E. And that is a result-oriented work environment where your presence in the building is not that important. What is important is if you complete your assignments, and also if you are able to maintain and self-manage with not necessarily being in the space. So the role has started to grow in popularity with those companies that were trying to be cutting edge. And some companies would allow people that once they completed their work processes for the day, that they would give them an hour or two to spend on a passion project of their own on company time. So folks were already looking at what can we do to maintain the staff that we have, because when you think about it, when you can't retain, it costs a company thousands of dollars, because if you are seeing your talent go in and out the door and you spending money retraining people and your knowledge is flowing, you cannot maintain quality because you're constantly retraining. And so trying to retain the people that you have, especially those people that are high performers, that's become very, very, very important. Trend number 4, as I've talked about, is talent shortages and reskilling within organizations. Skilling up is becoming more and more a focus, because employers are finding that people that they have may not have all the skills, especially if they're changing their business model or if they are infusing some other technologies. They may have workers that don't have that knowledge, they don't have that experience. And so if you just read this slide, you'll see that 40% of the global workforce is going to need upskilling. Everybody needs to have certain core skills, and employers are finding that the productivity in their shops may not be to the level. And because of technological advancement, you're not just focused on competing with someone in your country. Because of globalization, the digital highway, that people can shop from anywhere. They can get certain services anyway. And so that makes it your competitors takes on a bigger picture than it used to. So you have to think about it. You're not just competing with the business down the block. You have to be local, but also have this global perspective, because that is the world that we're living in. Trend number 5 is a focus on skills over jobs. So now employers really want to see, when they're making hiring decisions, They used to just look at the resume, try to make a decision from that. But now they are really closely looking at what skills do I need in my shop, and does this person have it? More and more employers are doing prove-its, and they will, as part of the recruitment, particularly for the skill that they are hiring for, they will have the job seeker demonstrate an ability to do that assignment before making a hiring decision. They will do, due diligence to try to make sure that they are hiring someone that has the skills that are necessary. Trend number 6 is the focus on soft skills. Soft skills are critical. And matter of fact, in a couple slides down, you'll see what the research says about that. The difference maker in the workplace is emotional intelligence, soft skills. That's really what determines workplace success. And the emphasis on this, while it has been in the workforce arena for a while, it has intensified, because these are the essential skills that you need, and they have become more and more important, and the pandemic has pointed this out. And so these soft skills, sometimes referred to as power skills or essential skills, they are really critical. And often when you have to make a decision on firing someone, it's usually not because they don't have the technical skills to do the job. It's their soft skills. They don't work well on the team. Their attitude is bad. The communication, they can't self-manage it. It's just a list of things that you find that makes that employee not adding the value that you need. So soft skills are becoming more and more important in the success of the future of work and within your organization. And there is this difference, as you see, between your soft skills and your hard skills. Hard skills are those technical skills that are required for the career pathway, for the job that the person is doing. While the soft skills, everybody needs those. Everybody needs to have a good customer service. Retaining your customers, customer satisfaction is an important thing. Trend number 7, there is this focus now on individuals with disabilities, equity, and inclusion. So you're seeing more DEI efforts going on in the workplace because there's more and more focus on this. We are in a global world. We're having more diversity in the workplace. So DEI training and specialists has become another trend that you're seeing. Trend number 8, there is more AI. We're seeing this. In many instances, people are saying, AI is going to replace me. They're going to replace my job. Well, yes, technology is being used for a lot of things, but you still need people for a lot of things. So AI will probably never fully take over, but it will be widely used. So that says that you're looking at the future of work, that you do need technological knowledge and ability to use some of these tools. Well, there is a transformation of HR using more tech and data. And part of this is because of the cost of rehiring, retraining, and they're starting to look at the use of data, evidence-based approaches to make hiring decisions. There's more and more emphasis on trying to hire people for the right fit. This is where the Gallup Strength Finder movement has become very popular, where that you're really looking at that person's strengths to try to make sure that you're placing them and putting them in the right job. And so Strength Finders, there's an evidence-based assessment that you can take you could give to your staff to make sure that they have the appropriate skills for the positions that you're putting in. Because if you're hiring people and people are leaving jobs as quickly as we're seeing them, then you have ended up with a revolving door. So you can't maintain continuity in your business, and you're not able to maintain the quality that you want. And trend number 10 is this emphasis on continued employee growth. That is not just about what that employee can do for your company, but it's also what you can do for that person to help them to grow, not only for within your company, but their future aspirations. Because when employees now feel that they are appreciated, while they are with you, they give their all because they feel more engaged and they feel that you care about them. And so leaders have to really think about how they can have programs, they can have opportunities that support employee growth. You know, some of the last things that I want to share before I take any questions that you have. When you're thinking about yourself, or you're thinking about, maybe your children, your grandchildren, really being ready for work is comprised of 3 components. And it is the academic, and this is the basic skills, the foundational skills, the English, the reading, the math. Those are your core academic skills. And many times employers are finding not only their incumbent workers are lacking in academic skills, but their new hires, they're finding the people, even though they may have a high school diploma, even sometimes out of college, they don't read well, they don't comprehend well. And so the academic skills is one of the 3 legs of this workforce development stool, so to speak. The next thing is personal effectiveness. Well, personal effectiveness refers to the soft skills, and the soft skills are critical, as I was sharing, for the world of work, and that's continuing to be something that employers are concerned with. Because you think about it, people can learn academic skills. That's pretty straightforward. The technical skills, you can teach someone, and people can learn that, but it is the personal effectiveness. You don't control the attitude that Anita may bring to work. You don't control how I function on a team. And a colleague of mine, a vice president at a major automotive company in the US, says that when they gather, if they were told to hire people for attitude, we can teach them the job. And I found that, just perplexing, but then thinking about the trends, you would think that someone would need to know something about cars to be able to do a job. But because so much of the movements in cars are computerized, they were more worried about the attitude that somebody was bringing to the job. So when you're looking and you're thinking about the future of work, this still holds true. The academic, the technical, and personal effectiveness, those are key in terms of making sure somebody is ready. Well, Harvard, Stanford, the Georgetown, the Center for Workforce Development, and the Soft Skill Institute found that 85% of success on the job really comes from personal effectiveness, soft skills, and the other 15% comes from technical. And so this is why more and more companies are hiring for attitude. And if you Google the soft skill crisis globally, you will get so many articles on social media and on Google talking about this, because employers are concerned about this. Most people if they've had bad experiences or just have a negative attitude. It's not like they leave that in the parking lot when they get to work. So when you see people that have trouble on a team, they can't get along with others, you see those kind of behaviors. This is deep rooted in their lack of soft skills and their levels of emotional intelligence. And what is perplexing also is that when you look at most workforce development and training programs, all of the money, the time, and the attention is focused on the technical part of that job seeker, working on training them with the technical aspects of the job, and little focus on the soft skills. And part of it, the challenge, unless you're using some evidence-based tools that are out here, when people say they're working on soft skills or the emotional intelligence, is really usually a workshop, a PowerPoint, and not evidence-based. So if you don't give an evidence-based assessment to start and to see where that person is, you don't know how to groom them, how to work with them, and you don't know what they're bringing into your office. Soft skills, this just highlights again, the importance of soft skills and what is considered to be a soft skill. In addition to those things that I shared with you, these are 4 areas that when you're looking at the future of work and you're thinking about who you might hire, what you may, do if you think, you working with your kids or you working with any kind of a program. These are skills that need to be nurtured amongst people as well. And it's 4 that are called the skills for success in the future of work. And it's digital literacy, it's inventive thinking, effective communication, and high productivity. These are 4 things that are really considered essential beyond what we know are critical in making sure that people are ready for work. Digital literacy is being able to navigate using some of the key software programs and being able to maneuver, because many things within work settings require some digital literacy. When you look at inventive thinking, the employers in the future work, they're looking for people that can think critically, that can see opportunities for continuous improvement. In this day and age, employers don't want workers who come there and sit and wait for the next assignment. They are looking for employees who may see something that can be improved and that they will take the initiative and share that. Too many times in the old mindset, people would go to work and they just wait for what the supervisor would tell them. Employers and CEOs don't have time for that anymore. Leaders are looking for thinkers, and they need critical thinkers. And many times frontline people can see where a process is not working, but depending on the culture and the climate of the place, they may share it, or they will just overlook it and just come and try to stay under the radar screen and just make sure that their paycheck shows up. And so you want to really look to make sure you have inventive thinkers, because we are all, as we know, in a period of innovation and it's competitive. And so all employers, when you look at the future of work, they're thinking about what can we do? How can we improve? What new products, services can we have? Because all through COVID has made a lot of companies pivot, and you see that they've either added new products or services, they have scanned the environment, they see the shifts, and they responded to it. Well, effective communication, being able to communicate internally with members of the team and also with with customers. And you see that some of those minimal jobs, minimally required skill jobs, particularly say in banking, now they want them not to just be a teller, because so much of that is done through self-banking, but they want to be a customer, have them to be a customer experience coordinator. You see that they're changing those titles. So being able to communicate internally with customers and external customers is critical. High productivity, well, being able to self-manage, being able to use their time. More and more employers expect you to be able to be productive, that they don't want to hold your hand. They want to be able to give you an assignment. Yes, they want to be able to give you suggestions about the project as needed, but the hand holding it's really unproductive, and employers don't have the time for that. So in closing, when you look at the future of jobs, these are some of the jobs that are anticipated and the skills that are anticipated to be future that you can see. And a lot of them are around IT, as you can see. And you think about IT, someone with an IT certification and credential, in many instances, they can make more than someone with a college degree, and they can do it with a certification. They can do it with short-term training. I'd happen to know someone that this person does happen. One happens to have a degree, another one does not. One does cybersecurity for Amazon and is making a hefty six-figure income. Another one that is working for Google. And so people, when they're thinking about preparing for the future of work, they have to determine what career path are they on, and they need to see what are the certifications, credentials, and the education that is required. Because, and I'm an educator, and I hate to say this, but sometimes a college degree is not a good investment. Unfortunately, across the U.S., you see countless people with bachelor's degrees making coffee in Starbucks. And part of it is because they didn't do diligence and look at the occupations in demand and see what career path, and they studied something that is hard to really find opportunities in the job market, because it's really gotten to be about technical skills, and liberal arts degrees, in the absence of some kind of technical certificate or credential, that becomes a hard sell. Here's some more jobs that you can see that are going to be in demand. And there's some that are not IT related. Copywriting is going to be big. The building and construction trades, they never waver. So you see, this gives you some idea of what is out here and what is expanded, what is considered to perhaps expand as the market continues to shift based upon what is happening in specific industry sectors and employer needs. If you see management consultant, because a lot of issues are happening around managing programs and projects. That's leads to why there's so much time being spent on trying to mentor leaders and make sure that they're able to be good stewards. Financial management, well, we read about so much mismanagement in organizations when it comes to finances. So this last slide just gives you some ideas about what is happening in the future of work. And when you think about spending 1 million hours over those 40 or 50 years of work between 16 and 65, you don't want to have it. You don't want your children or your grandchildren, you don't want them to end up in what I call a snooze button job, where you find yourself hitting the snooze button time after time because you don't want to get up to go because you hate it so. If you are able to find something that you love to do and it's aligned with your strengths and your interests, then the world of work becomes a wonderful place for you to spend 8 or 10 hours a day. You enjoy what you're doing. And then it also lends itself for opportunities for you to create your own enterprise. One of the things I always share in closing, when I work with people around their career and their career paths, the best thing is to work to create multiple streams of income and to have, you may have a job, but you also should have an enterprise. I'm going to stop there. This gives you some highlights about the future of work. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you about the future and your future and the future of whomever you're working with, your family, your friends. You can make your future work be what you want as long as you collect information. Remember that we are in a innovative season where continuous learning is a requirement, and the more you know, the more you're able to grow personally. Thank you so much for this time and the opportunity to share at the 2022 Men's Conference, Class of SteelE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe. You're always giving us very enlightening information, and I'm sure that it has taken the minds of many of us towards looking at what is required of us if we are to operate and be successful with all the future events that are taking place, everything that's changing around us and in our environment, how we can fit in if we need to adjust, and how to reinvent ourselves. At this time, I would open the floor to any questions or comments. Please raise your hand if you do. Okay. Go ahead, Your Excellency Donald Ewers. Unmute yourself, please.
Pleasant good morning, Dr. Anita Davis-DeFoe. You're spot on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're spot on, and you were so direct talking about the future of work. And I like the part where you mentioned about 1.5 million hours from 16 to 65 hours that we as human beings that we work. There's a thing on the internet called generation.org, and it says the world has more than 75 million young people who are unemployed. And he said 375 million workers are all in different ages, has to learn new skills by 2030. Now, the world that we are living into, how do we balance the book for the next generation? For example, you got a lot of from 16 to 65, where you will see people, they call them dropout. They've never done nothing with their lives. They never, their mindset, the environment, the family, the place, so that they have no interest in working. And so that 1.5 million hours from 16 to 65, there are people who have not done nothing with their lives. How do we motivate? How do we encourage? How do we get other people to come on board in the working life and to make themselves a better human being, to be employable, to contribute something? I went to contribute something to society, and I went to a funeral not so long ago. And in the funeral, we have your eulogy. At the end of the life of that human being, there was nothing much to say at the eulogy. And I said to myself, that is so sad that a human being can come into this world and live from between 16 to 65 and contribute nothing to society, left no legacy behind, left nothing to offer for the next generation. How do we balance the book in scenarios like these? Dr. DeFoe.
Well, one of the key things, and the University of South Florida has done extensive work in an area called planned competence. And what they have found is if you help a young person, and you can do this by administering a career interest inventory, you're able to get a handle on what that person's aptitudes are, their strengths, and some possible career paths that they were interested in. And once the research finds that if you're able to help them identify a career path of interest and you get them involved in that, then their peer group tends to change and their focus changes. With some of the clients I've had, and one in particular, they had a school and they got students who had been suspended from, in some instances, 5-10 schools for behavior, maybe trauma at home, just a variety of things have been written off. Sadly, the educational system in many places, and unfortunately, this is the case in the United States. Finland is considered to be the best educational community in the world. And part of it, they have a different approach to it. But unfortunately, those kids that are kind of labeled, the at risk, but they've now shifted it in America. They call them opportunity youth. They have been written off. But part of it is nobody has really stopped to work, with them to try to get interest. But the example I was giving you, these young people who are very interested in STEM, even though they don't know it, they had a fascination with the STEM program that we were running in the school. And when they saw the other young people building the robots, and when they saw them, we also had a music studio in there, and they realized the technology part of making music. They also saw the relevance of math when they went to a union, and they saw the angles they had been learning in algebra, that they saw them on the board at the Building and Trades Association. And so when you help a young person get a career path of interest, and you allow them to do some hands-on and really learn it, that can shift the mindset. Many of the young people, particularly depending on the family support, the family situation dynamics, they are not getting anyone to really support them. And so this is where mentoring comes in, because there's an entity called the Search Institute out of Minneapolis, and they've done a lot of research, and they have found that all people need is one person in their life. Ideally, you hope it would be a parent, but it can be anybody who says you can do it, to really change what they're being exposed to, and you can make that shift. You can help them make the shift, and the research supports this. If you help them to plan, you expose them, you give them opportunities to practice it, then you can help them get out of that, that pathway. Because many times they are really just doing what has been modeled for them. They are doing what, in terms of the environment, what they have been exposed to. And so when you're able to expose them to another way, and they can see that, I am good at something, that even if perhaps, family or friends or someone has psychologically abused them and said, you're worthless. And this happens a lot to young people. And young people get, angry and they start to not do well at school. Or many times they're bored because, unfortunately, a lot of people that are in, and I'm not bashing teachers, but a lot of them are in the profession just for the paycheck, and they've lost the zest for teaching. And so they are trying to use, I say, handouts that they have from 15 years ago, when kids are technologically savvy and they're not engaging them in the classroom. And so kids get bored. Last thing I'll share, Teach for America. They just recruit teachers that are at the top of their area of interest. They haven't been to any education methodology classes, but they have a passion for science, math, whatever they're teaching. And when you compare the outcomes of these non-trained teachers in what is considered, the standard way of training teachers, compared to teachers, the outcomes that they achieve far exceed. So the passion of the teacher engages people too. And so those are some of the things that I have found. Those are some of the ways. And so that's why, social entrepreneurs, anybody that's running a program that's focused on, education, if they've infused that into their model, they can help to engage young people. One of the last things that you kind of raised, and that's what everyone in the conference today should be mindful of as well, is for the first time in the world, there are 4 to 5 generations in the workplace, because people are living longer, people are working. So you got baby boomers, you have people in their 70s and 80s. So you got traditionalists, you got the Gen X, you got Gen Z, you got millennials. So you got all of these different workplace behaviors. You got all of these different mindsets. So where you got the Gen Zers and the millennials who are tech savvy, where baby boomers or traditionalists may be struggling. And so if you can get them to team and work together, you can build the strength, and it makes it to be a stronger team. But when you bring in attitudes and people are not open to change, and this is where you see the soft skills and the emotional intelligence play out, because sometimes baby boomers and traditionalists, even though an employer can't find someone, they don't want to hire people really 45 and up, because they feel they're so stuck in their ways. So they'll take a chance on a Gen Zer or a millennial, even though they don't have the skill set. So anybody 45 and up, if you could continuously work on your mindset and not be rigid and be flexible, that if you are planning to work for a while, that can serve you well. But those are just some of the things that I suggest and that I've seen work.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anita, again for your presentation. It has been very well delivered. Very good food for thought, very good advice, and great direction. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, I will go on to introduce our next speaker, Professor Carlos Santos. He's here with us. Okay, so Professor Carlos Santos, in his role as president of ETLS Asset Management, oversees the companies in the group as well as being a shareholder in these entities. He has a degree in economics, master's degrees in 3 major areas of finance, banking, accounting, and international taxation. In addition to 4 postgraduate degrees in the same fields, Carlos is an expert in financial instruments. As a reflection of his academic and professional excellence, he received the Ernest & Young Award, Best Economist in 2016, Banco de Portugal Award in 2015, several academic honors in 2014, 2013, and 2012, and several merit scholarships during his academic studies. He is also the winner of the Africa Dubai Honors Awards for Excellence and Leadership, PORUS 2021. Join with me as I welcome Professor Carlos Santos as he delivers on creating a financial legacy. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you for the invitation. And I mean, it's a pleasure that Ambassador Michael still developed this event today, that allow us to discuss this, unique subject, right? That nowadays is being so well discussed about what is the future of the financial world, right? And how this will or not will affect the economy and the development of the world, right? We saw and I was hearing with attention the previous discussion, right? And was here pretty well discussed how is necessary the education on the base of the innovation and how the innovation will affect, in fact, the growth of the economies, right? And it's pretty interesting to understand that on the last, thousands of years of story, you never saw any innovation of the financial world, right? And this is exactly why I think that it's interesting, and it was to me an honor the fact that I was invited to discuss this subject today. And thank you for exactly that opportunity. If you allow me, I will share here my screen to try to put the presentation that I developed for today. I think that will be easier to us to follow. And in a simplistic way, today, what I propose to come here, talk in this forum of the world without end and preparing today for the future, in this topic of creating a financial legacy. I will try in a synthetic way, try to give you a little overview about what I perceive in terms of where we are today in the world, on the financial world. How can we see this context of today to prepare the future, and probably what can be this innovation entering in this system to allow this legacy to grow. In a simplistic way, all knows very well that nowadays the world and the economy of the world is facing a massive process of globalization. Right? All of us know this reality. And the truth is, this globalization brings a new business paradigm, right? That new business paradigm is, of course, a context that it's urgently to understand what type of initiatives and strategies, what can we develop, right, to allow any economy in any country to implementate, to adapt the market, right, for the new reality that the global is facing. Right? Any economy, in fact, needs to adjust to this new paradigm to allow to enter in this train of the globalization. It's exactly with this new economic model, right, that, of course, born from this concept that was previously discussed of innovation, that is necessary to create a strategy, a path that is fundamental to build business that, of course, will grow the sustainability of the economy, right? And like you understand very well, like economic model that allow each individual company to grow in a sustainable way will create wealth, and of course will create the development and the well-being for every stakeholder. I mean, in a simplistic way, like probably you know very well, this concept of stakeholder, we mean all the interested parties of the company. We talk about suppliers, clients, the shareholders, all the environment around. All of them, of course, will benefit from this sustainable growth based on this innovation system. But it's very important to understand that when you talk about innovation, I'm not talking about only this generation of the technologies, but I'm talking about everything that together in a different new position allow the border of the knowledge to move to the right. I mean, in a simplistic way, we know very well that things are changing, right? And now we understand very well that, if up to 2000 individual, every company and every shareholder and every businessman was totally focused on the logic of independence and competition. Today, the paradigm is totally different. You have a full logic of partnership, collaboration, because the view is all the institutions now understand, and we see when you look at social responsibility under institutions, when you see companies injecting in their policies all of these new area of stakeholders versus shareholders, what they want with that, what in fact they are trying to search is, they are trying to understand that exactly when they have this respect for collaboration, for partnerships. In the end of the day, what you have is you have a more sustainable company, and of course, the market value will be higher. And this is so clear, and so through that, you can look, for example, the market value of stock companies that when they have this partnership and collaboration, they go clearly to another level. Of course, that, this means what? This means that the boundaries that organizations have, that the hierarchies that they have inside, and even the way of the environment that they are, of course, it's today all of these structural borders inside of the company are less relevant. On the other side of the coin, it's every day more clear that this isolation system of the past, totally focused on profits, disappeared for a new environment of collaboration. And of course that, that the first beginning that made this system change is exactly what I told before, that is this system of open innovation. And this concept of open innovation is so critical because it is exactly that open innovation system that make ideas flow. And when that ideas flow, of course, that is more useful for everyone to enter in a process of what? Negotiation of partnerships, joint ventures, alliance between companies. Every day we read on the newspapers, certain company did alliance, joint venture. Why? Because together, of course, the companies understood that they can, of course, go to other level. And we see this in all the sectors. Go to the automobile sector. Today you see brands like Nissan doing joint ventures with Renault. I mean, totally different ways to operate, different geographies, different continents. But in the way they understand the benefit, the synergies that they have with joint efforts together. And they don't see the other side like was 35 years ago when people and institutions so always on, we need to beat my competition without opening myself to them. Today, we try clearly a world that understand that doesn't have more borders between them. And the unique way is we only need and we only can specialize in what we have a certain competitive advantages. It's exactly focus on that we can prepare the future. Naturally that all of these external forces, right, all of these external forces that we just talk about, the market, the technology, the laws, the regulation, all of these is making the economy change. And when all of these external forces appear on the world, and in fact, they affect the world, right? That external forces, they will immediately force changes on our organization. We exactly with that say, right? We know very well that it's not only external forces that demand that changes of an organization. You have thousands of internal forces with employees, with cultural, organizational, with the introduction of new technology, with new product development, with workforce changes. All of that is one more time demanding organizational changes. Such changes inside of the organization, if they don't happen, they are the beginning of the end of the institutions. Think about the world is changing around us. The view of people, the needs, their desires, the way that they live change every day. If we don't adapt, for example, for the simple COVID reality, what was the reality of our companies if we don't follow the changes? Of course, that this will put in place the risk that your organization is not sustainable on the long term. And this is exactly what you need to do, what you need to implement in your institution to allow you to be successful on the long term. You know, I mean, I didn't want to bring today to you a conversation that was pretty focused on ethos and what ethos do. Of course, I mean, you know, I mean, I'm founder of the group, CEO of them. But, you know, it is very interesting because in a very conscient way, even being conscious of all the things that I just told you know, I can look to our group and see that in every day, we are implementing exactly this adjustment for the new reality of the world. You know, I mean, our group born like you know, probably in Portugal in 2012, you know, from there until now, we evolved for it is our group in terms of USA-based company, right? And when we start, right, we were totally not even focused on financing projects. That it is what we are today, right? In 2012, when the group started with the simplistic focus of trading securities, you know, in a simplistic way, put on the brokerage account, algorithm of trading that I personally developed in that time that allow you to tell when is the right moment to buy and when is the right moment to sell. I mean, in a simplistic way, this was why we born, right? Of course, that per se, the algorithm was a massive innovation. The algorithm in that time allows to, in a summary way, you know, to be used, right, to be injected on these brokerage accounts of major funds in the world. And they consider, and even today is considered, very unique on the compounding capital power and on the forecast power. Because of that, you know, when we were implementing the trading, when we were developed such trading operations for these major worldwide funds, mainly American funds, per se, this was a technology innovation. But you know, the most interesting point is that need of adjustment when in 2012, 13, 14, like you remember, Europe was facing a sovereign guarantee crisis. And you know, I mean, we could continue trading in the same way that was being a billionaire business for these funds. But in the end of the day, when you face all of the sovereign guarantee crisis, the market changed. They were not more available to operate with this structure. And what we need to do, we need to accept the changes, the external changes of the market, the financial crisis, to tell, okay, now we will operate through a swap. I mean, instead of they trade themselves, we trade on the ABL. And this is what we start to do in 2014. And this is so interesting and important that when you look to that, you know, you need to understand that it's exactly such adjustment, right, that we did that allows us to go to another level. between 14 and 18, we grew in a so significant way, right, that we could achieve another level, right? Another level of, growing, and another level of sustainability of business. And the truth was, what in the beginning thought that could be a massive problem was now, in fact, the beginning of the massive growth of the company. And this happened, up to 2017, December. In fact, it's interesting, because in that time, when I started to be advisor for monetary policy, this was so relevant to us, because one more time, the things were sustainable, growing well. One more massive internal changes, because it was directly through me. I need to adjust the group and making have the capability to provide the capital per se in a different level. What I mean was, now we were not more trading funds of third parties, but trading only our own funds. And this means that in a short period of time of 9 years, 3 major differences of the financial market was necessary to be injected in our company. But the most interesting thing was always, since that I was a student, I remember to tell that I was never good on what you mentioned, like capability to do innovation, right? To look to something and tell, okay, I'm an innovative person. Even because the middle of the world is very focused, and probably the schools are responsible for that, for tell what is innovation, right? What is this concept of innovation? When you talk about innovation, right, you know very well that innovation is in fact not one of these apps for the phone. We were talking here before about Amazon or Facebook. All of this is innovation. Yes, it is, of course that it is. But innovation is much simpler than that. And I understood in a simplistic way that between the moment that I thought that I was never an innovative person, I developed probably an innovation on the biggest, most conservative sector in the world. If you think about television change, phones change, houses change, the construction way, planes change, everything changed. But the way to the financial world is running is the same since 2000 years ago. Nothing changed in that market. Now, in a simplistic way that I only change pieces on the puzzle that exist, but I join different pieces, we create a unique model. Let me try to explain in a specific way what I'm telling you. Look to what is the bank or a fund, right? The banks go to the market and they raise funding, right? Different clients, different suppliers will put money, deposit the money in the bank. And after what they do, they will choose people to lend money. They will borrow for some companies. They will buy shares of others. And this is the model, right? Always raise money, invest in another, and make money on the difference. Okay, ETLS is doing project finance. And the question is, with what source of funds? What is the money that I invest in a project in Mozambique, or in a project in Nigeria, or in a hospital in Rwanda? What we do is, I don't go to the marketplace funding, because this will not make me competitive. This will not make me different. What will create innovation was, I need to provide capital for projects that are profitable, but that they cannot raise funding in the normal market. That means what? Instead of raise this funding in the market and be like the others, we told what I have a unique model of trading. Okay, for a balance my portfolio of short-term investment, I can do an edge of my portfolio doing long-term investment in project finance. That means what? We start to do project finance with the pure logic of diversification of my balance and assets portfolio. This was something that I didn't create the trading in the world. I didn't create the project financing in the world, but supply the capital for project finance to trading, it's unique in the world. And it's exactly that was our innovation. And not satisfied, we were not capable to be a bank in 72 countries that we are. But we want a system that when I invest in Brazil, or I invest in South Africa, or even if I invest in China, right? I don't want to stay exposed to the macroeconomic risks and the operational risks of these regions. I don't want to invest in something and that my collateral is the shares. Why? Because if that project doesn't repay me, what will happen is what? Shares value go down, fixed assets go down, receivables are not being received. Why? Because my collateral is correlated to my risk of investment. Was exactly that moment that we were telling, I need to do project finance against not this operational and macroeconomic risk, but against the financial risk that I can measure. And was exactly looking to the commodity market. And all of you know, imagine that Tanzania is importing now oil from Russia. The vessel from Russia go to the ocean, arrive in the port of Mozambique, enter in the pipelines. All of this track will only exist if the exporting in Russia receive a financial guarantee. Why? Because they don't want to have a bank guarantee securing their position, or they don't, if they don't have it, right, they are not available to expend the production costs, the charge costs, all the vessel costs, because in the end, if Tanzania doesn't buy, what happened to the oil? Exactly because of that, they request the migration of the operational and macroeconomic risk to the banking system. And this was exactly what we did. We bring to the project finance world the collateral side of the world in a simplistic way of commodities. One more time, we didn't create the bank guarantees, but we adjust them for a type of transaction that was not used. And this was the innovation of futures one more time. You know, I'm only trying to bring this to the table today, wanting to try to be very clear with you and to give you very clear understanding of how is critical adjustments in the life of the company and how is critical the injection of innovation on that, because it's not impossible innovate. It's not necessary to have a light in our mind to tell I'm innovating. It is not that. This is not innovation. Inclusively, you know, it's interesting to understand how it's critical the project finance, you know, in this new generation that is starting to do business. And when I tell that, you know, we have, of course, here, and like, you know, it is a major focus on emerging markets. And it's very important to understand that one of the biggest problems of the financial world, not the European world, not the American world, but the emergency markets like Africa, South America, all Asia. I mean, a massive issue that you have in these regions are the lack of project finance. People that want to do hospital, people that want to do a railway, people that want to do a port, people that want to do any long-term project, the banking system want to supply them through short-term loans. You go to countries like Brazil and the banks want to give a 1-year loan with 50% interest rate for a long-term project. You go to Nigeria, you go to Angola, you go to Sri Lanka, and this is the way that these markets are running. How can I do a long-term project with short-term finance? Doesn't exist. But why is possible? Because the financial system is making money in this way and they don't need to change it. We accept it. Exactly because of that, the project financiers are critical in this new trend, in these new needs to create a financial legacy. This is exactly because of that we need to look to the benefits that the project finance can bring. See, the project finance can bring you opportunity to risk the share because you're sharing in risk. Why? Because let's be realistic. When you do a refinery, is one investor in the world ready to put $6 billion alone in a deal? Of course not. They need multiple investors. This is why the project finance can be so key. Allow the project promoter to share his risk with multiple parts, nominate that financial investor. Of course, that the project finance, because of the collateral use of the own project, right? The own assets, the own receivables allow you to have a major leverage capacity, means that the ratios that are possible to have in terms of debt to equity are much higher. It's easier to achieve levels of 80-20, even sometimes maximize them even more. Of course, that the cash flow, it's very important in project finance, because a lot of the project finance, when they achieve a maturity level, they can be financed, they can have their net working capital being financial supported exactly by all these financial arms. Okay, with that said, it's very important to understand the competitive advantages in the competitive market, because the project finance allow you exactly to go to the major market in the world and bid in front with the major companies, because you have a model of finance that is, if you like, intimate to your needs of capital. And of course that this is critical on the growing sustainable and on the creation of operational competitive advantage. I use here the term of sponsors. Of course that the raising funding for project, right? It's possible on a simple commitment and agreement level. Think about, I was giving the example that is of course not butter, because it's not this new green area of energy. But let's look for the solar energy production, right? When you have the energy production companies being developed, and they have contracts with the major electric companies of each country, that contract, their money, their value. Because if I go to my bank or to investor, he will accept this based on the risk of the buyer of the electricity. This is one more time a massive benefit that the project finance can bring. At the same time, of course, that this is exactly a way that the risks of the project are shared between investors and project promoter shareholders and the remaining stakeholders, because the clients, the suppliers, they are not fully dependent of, in fact, a part that it's not fully, related to the sources or sources of operational business. Other point it is, of course, critical it's always possible to this structure. You have the confidentiality, the protection of data of each investor, because in the end of the day, they don't need to appear on a daily basis to be the financial investor behind. In the simplistic way, the project finance can be, in fact, a focus for the new legacy of a financial world, because remember that more than in every time of the world, we are depending of a system that is a system of tradables, that companies are focused on the production of goods that are tradable, that are exportable, that can be a basis of the economy. And of course that more than ever, every businessman, every business individual needs to focus on the development exactly of sectors like that. It's really important, and before, of course, I open a little space of questions for you, and even to don't bother you too much with my presentation, and to don't be so massive in terms of time consuming. I would like to discuss a little here this framework that we see here, that in a simplistic way is trying to explain what the economies of the world, right? What every country should do, if I can tell without arrogance, to allow, the economies to grow, the societies to achieve another level, and of course, in the end of the day, to allow every of us to have a better quality of life, right? And of course, equality in terms of opportunities that will generate a better society. In terms of economic development model, it's very important that every time we just focus on be focused on the production side, and we know very well that all the emergency markets are used to production, right? We saw what happened in the world when all the world goes and create their factories of automobile factories, textile factories on emergency markets. And the sad part is they are not focused on quality and in innovation. Remember when you look, and I can talk even about my country, you know, Portugal, that of course it's a European country, but in the end of the wire, on the day, what happened in Portugal in the textile sector? You have Italy doing the design, the quality. They tell, I want the shoes in this way. They go Portugal to produce it with very reduced costs. After be produced, goes to Italy to have the branding, where state added value on the design and on the piece of the branding, not on the production. This is why every economic place, every country needs more than be one on the production side, needs to focus on the quality and bring it innovation, because the innovation will bring differentiation, and differentiation will bring a demand, will generate a demand. And remember, it's critical to understand that you only can have innovation if you have education, because it's the knowledge, it's in fact the access to a good and full education that will allow you to have a mind thinking, and it's this mind thinking that will allow innovation. It's necessary to have credible goals, right? We need to define where we want to go, in what way we want to go. And for that, you only can have a sustainable economy if you have political and social consensus. Any country that doesn't have social consensus and of course, a clearly defined and credible goals in the political side can achieve adequate financing of economy. Why? Because we cannot attract international and overseas investors. The national investors don't feel comfortable and they go overseas. In that case, it's very important how stable and sustainable is a political and social environment. It's exactly to say that this industrial and new policy will encourage exactly this new business place that we can name family, right? It's necessary more than ever focus the business people to understand that they need to go to the sectors of added value. And that sectors are mainly exported sectors, because when you don't have the capacity to specialize where you are competitive, where you have competitive advantages, you will never be good in everything. But if you are a specialist, if you are top level in something, you can be the unique, the exclusive, the innovative, the quality branding name in that sector. And this will allow you to add a unique value to your economy, to your country, right? This is of course important when you define the goals, when you have a consensus on the political side, the creation of clusters. The clusters, what is this of the clusters? Create in any country a hub that can be, all the world knows, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg are financial clusters, right? For example, when you go to, let's talk about Italy. How strong are they on automobile parts? They have a cluster around the automobile sector where you have the productions of every part that automobile needs, right? And after goes to the production of the car. France do the same, right? This is exactly what every country needs to do, defining credible goals, defining what sectors are their added value sectors, and after create a political and social and economic environment to attract capital, to attract the companies to go there and create a cluster where they are together in the environment that they have synergies between them. Because in fact, it's the way that we can support. Here I've tried to relate, for example, some examples that can be a focus in Portugal. The automobile sector, we can be strong because we are strong. We have a massive steel sector, the wine, the wood, even the textiles. And in this way, you have thousands of countries around the world, in Africa, in South Africa, in even South America, Central America, that can focus in things that nobody else. Think about the sea around Guinea. It's unique in the world. They have more fish and different species. They can focus on that. They can fight against all these new and problems that are facing them with a drug place that is being very problematic to face by the government. Of course, you know that these clear and credible goals, these sustainable political concepts, this cluster logic will allow investors to be attracted and go. And you know, it's my last point to approach now, and probably, you know, one of the most important points in my personal view to support all these changes, because all these changes can be created. But if you don't have a financial system that allow you to have access to capital, nothing of this can be implemented. And this is why banks, funds, investment companies, this new area of financial industry, they need to create alternatives. They need to create complementary options for the project promoters, raise capital. And this is exactly why, you know, I believe that the creation of ETLS is exactly doing a little, the creation of a unique legacy that I hope that can attract more project promoters, and of course can bring that clear information to the market that we need to inject this innovation in these sectors and areas of the economy to allow to create a better world, a more sustainable, and more equal in terms of opportunities society. I mean, in a summary way, you know, this was what I tried to bring to you today. I mean, thank you so much for being here present with us and for hearing me. I would like one more time to add special regards to the class of SteelE and for the phenomenal work that Ambassador do every week with all of you. Of course, the people that are here that follow exactly Ambassador Michael SteelE. That is, I mean, to me, not only I mean, a partner in business and a partner in this, I mean, creation of knowledge, information, but of course a friend too. And I would like one more time to tell thank you personally for the opportunity to be here today. And of course, and I'll open a little, if we have time. I mean, I lost a little the reality of the time, but if we have, I would like to open the opportunity to you if you like to discuss and put some questions.
Well, thank you so very much, Professor Santos. It is an absolute pleasure, first thing, to have you with us here in the class of SteelE. And we really thank you for being a part of this presentation today. It's an absolute honor. I have personally one question that I think a number of persons have been asking me pertaining to even your presentation. Why have you been inspired to focus on Africa as the new frontier? What gives ETLS as a financial provider the passion for the emerging market of Africa? Or from your vantage point, is Africa an emerging market, or is it already ready for what is happening? Give us your take on embarking on the Africa market.
You know, it's a very interesting question, you know, and you know, I mean, we discussed this a couple of times, and you saw talking about this in the past. You know, I look to Africa, and it's funny because I always have this view in terms of how strong can be, and how strong it is, in fact, and how massive is the potential of Africa. You know, I would not tell that, of course, Africa achieved that potential that they have, because of course that didn't, you know, and all of us know that very well. But in fact, you know, unfortunately, I think that this didn't happen for two major reasons, you know. The first reason that Africa didn't achieve it is, unfortunately, the goal and the interest of the world. You know, you have a society and the economy, the Occident economy, you know, I mean, and we can generalize here all American and Europe, that the interest, right, of these regions of the club in Africa was always the interest to go, to explore, because of course you have the resources that any other region in the world has. You have, I mean, the space to grow, right? Because of course a lot of things are available to be done and explored because of the geographical extension. And of course that for these regions of the club, for these rulers, doesn't make interest go and allow that all these financial capacity stay there, right? What they really want is what go, of course, invest, take their money and go out. Why? Of course that, you know, at some point is I'm like to tell it it's a bad interest because it's a business interest. But unfortunately, you know, I think that on the basis of that, you have two major points, you know. It's a political issue, right? Because unfortunately, you know, like you saw in this my last slide, I was talking about clear goals, cluster, attraction of capital, innovation, production, and all of these beautiful concepts, right? They are missing on the agendas of the political side on a couple of countries in Africa. And this is in fact what is not allowing that attraction of capital to stay in the countries. You know, I always believe that if you create the capable education system, right, and you have, of course, people with more knowledge, you will achieve a level that is every individual in Africa will have the capacity to tell it's enough. My refinery, it's my goal, it's my diamond, it's my energy, it's my agribusiness, it's my railway. This is to stay here. The profits that is generated needs to be reinvested in my hospitals, in my education, in my schools. And in the day that you can create this cluster system, that you want not only go there, extract the gold and go away, extract the diamond and go away, extract the agro products and go away, but you want to go extract them and allow every country, every individual to be part of this ecosystem. In that moment, you know, you will have naturally the capacity to achieve a level that only Africa has. You know, I always like to do comparison and see, look to Switzerland. Switzerland doesn't have one mine, doesn't have gold, diamonds, gas, nothing. But they are a massive country, the GDP per capita, I mean, pretty significant. Why? Because they have the capacity to cluster their watch industry, financial industry. And why? It was not because they have that on the soil. It was because in a political way, they define, I want to be the center on the world on this sector. And they made it with what? With human resources. And this is what I tell you, know, we need to create a consensus on the social and political side in any country in Africa that allow that any of us want to be there. Because it's exactly what happened. All the financial people want to go to Geneva. Exactly that. If you create clusters, hubs in different sectors in Africa, all the people will want to go there. It's a question of stability of the market. And you know, the reason in a simplistic way, Ambassador, that I believe that to us, ETLS, and we are so focused on Africa is exactly because we believe that we can, bringing this new system that we create, right, of project finance, we can bring part of this to Africa. And at this moment, it's the best place to be to make it, because it's clearly possible to do this innovation. And it's the innovation that, one more time, I'm not creating the wheel. What I'm doing is only bringing an instrument that we have overseas to a place that everything that other place don't have. And it's exactly joining two existing pieces on the table that we can create a massive economy. And you know, this is of course a long-term journey. It's not something that you can develop today or tomorrow, but it's exactly the subject that you put here. It's the legacy, right? we can create exactly a new generation, a new era of the financial world, showing to the world that you can be very profitable in a financial way, allowing countries to develop from the level. And believe me, in the day that this happens, this will be beneficial for all the companies, not only for these countries and population, because now I have more projects to finance. And this means more profit to us too. In the end of the day, it's a win-win system, and it's the implementation of that I believe that Africa has all the capacity to develop. And it's exactly with that say that I can tell you that we are pre-motivated to be part of this system. And I believe, like I told you before, that and you are a critical part, and you were doing this, and you are doing this with us, that can allow, and it's allowing, in fact, every day I feel that something is saying better, something is changing in the, pattern that we desire, and it's that, it is that.
Thank you so very much, Professor Santos. We have a question, a hand raised from out of Nigeria, Ukena. Ukena, could you unmute yourself, please?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay. Greetings to everyone in the house. I appreciate all the speakers of today, especially the presentation of Professor Carlos. I don't have any question, but I have submission. So what really struck me was where he said the world is evolving, it's changing, and we also need to change. We also need to change and stop having this mindset that what is a word people use, that they are not used to modern facilities, and this is a computer age. We can't go back to learning computer and all that. But you find out that what happened in 2020 when there was lockdown, so many schools closed up and people were finding it difficult to learn. There was no computer. Those who also have access to computer don't have access to Zoom. They don't know how to do online trainings and schools. So many students lost it then. Well, it set them back. It took them a long time to recover from the lockdown. Even the teachers too. So we are not used to those trainings, teaching on the internet and also learning from the internet. So if we don't change with the world, everything is changing with technology. We're going to be left behind. That's my submission. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you for Bateman, it is interesting, you talk about COVID and how COVID affects us, right? I mean, not only on the health side, right? And of course, on the social side, all things that change, but on the economic side, right? How the companies change. See, I can't even talk about ourselves. I mean, we close all our offices for months. I mean, in the end, for more than a year. And the interesting part is we didn't stop, right? We continue to operate. We have one of the best years of our lives in production for us. Why? Of course, not in a hypocrite way, but because in some point we could adjust us, and adjust us means what? We need to see in everything that happened around us, an opportunity, right? Of course that it's a massive problem, but such massive problem can be the trigger for opportunity, right? And was exactly what he did, What is one of the biggest problems that I remember to have in the past? Every week travel by plane to every part of the world. Now, I can go to every part of the world without getting in a plane. It's an opportunity, right? It's exactly the technology that allows us to do that. You are fully right, And I tell this will change forever, probably, the way of all of us work, because even now I have difficulty to convince all of our, team workers to go to the offices because they feel it that they were productive too. and even more productive. They don't lose 1 hour to go to office or 1 hour to return. And all of that, of course, it's the answer that allows us, that is technology. But I want to go more deep than that. I want that we don't forget that innovation is not only the technology side, innovation is what allows the economies to grow. Of course, that, now you have this new generation that tells if it's not in the phone, it's not a business. If you don't appear on the phone, you cannot sustain. All of this is true. But more than that, we don't need to have a light and be a technology person to develop and to innovate. I mean, I tell to myself, I remember to be student and tell, I'm only good with numbers. I'm a disaster on innovation. And see, today I ran and I created, with my team, a financial company that innovate in the most classic and old sector in the world. And I didn't create the technology. I only joined pieces of that exist in other puzzles in this puzzle. And this is what I want to talk when I talk about innovation is, sometimes is not do something that never exists, but is joining pieces of something that exists in a position, in a picture that we never saw before. And this was exactly what happened. We are talking in Zoom meeting today. The Zoom meeting doesn't appear in 2020, was before, but we potentialized the use of that. What happened? The owners of this app, they realized the opportunity, but this exists before. It's exactly what I'm trying to bring to the table, that sometimes if you look to a survey and tell, okay, this is innovation, the innovation increase sometimes with a very small piece of difference. And this is why I believe that, and joining the subject of Africa because of a couple of questions that are appearing in the chat, this is exactly what Africa needs. It's the put in place together pieces of a puzzle that exists. And this can be enough, of course, that not jeopardizing the needs of technology that we have. This will allow, for example, today, education go to places in the world that they never entered. And you are fully right with that.
Thank you so very much for that question, Yoloma, and for your response, Professor Santos. Do we have anything, Martin? Can I press on you, Martin? You've been in Africa and throughout the regions for quite a while. Do you have any questions or comments for Professor Santos? Martin Weightman, do you have any questions or comments pertaining to the presentation?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Martin. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't unmute.
Okay.
No, I think it's very interesting. I think the point is that the oppression of the African continent has been atrocious, both in terms of resources and human life over the years. And from my perspective, it is important to bring an understanding of human rights, back to Africa to get it applied in all the African countries, and that is a major job in itself. But of course, what Carlos was speaking about is also bringing the financial aspect, bringing fairness to the financial aspect, and that's also a massive job. I think it's quite innovative for him to speak about, his comparison with Zoom and what he's trying to do. I think that's very clever. I'm not myself into the investment aspect of things, so I don't really have a lot of questions there, but I applaud the efforts that are being made there, and perhaps there are things we can cooperate on to develop broader understanding and implementation of his projects and our projects and so on. So That's it. Yeah.
Thank you so very much, Martin. I was just pulling you into the conversation, and actually you did make a very interesting point, to be honest, because the human rights atrocities equally are some of the dynamics that Professor Santos and the ETLS team are going to be, coming across and dealing with as coming from the other side of the globe, looking at racial dynamics, cultural dynamics, historical dynamics. So I think ethos is already having a diverse team equally adds to the strength that they will be taking into the African region and the diaspora. Professor Santos, you want to give your take on that aspect as well?
Ambassador, it's a very important point, and of course that it's natural, even if you follow what I told, right, and even if you follow what you did in the last years, to see how is exactly that way that we do, and in a simplistic way, I can even talk about public operations that we have. For example, we are doing and supporting a massive port in Mozambique that will be critical in all the region and surrounding countries, because they will, through the port, internalize all the type of products through Tanzania, going until even Namibia and Angola, crossing all Africa. In a simplistic way, this is the type of project that can create, a full new country, right? A full new sustainable economy. And we are doing it, right? We are present there, we are supporting there. And the interesting part is how we create these, if you like, structure of, worldwide and globalization. We are, of course, a USA-based company here that we invest worldwide, we provide capital worldwide. And it's very important to understand that when you do investment, for example, in a Mozambique country, through USA, we are even using subsidiaries that we have, for example, in Turkey or in South Africa. And what I'm trying to explain here is, how the global now is globalized, right? How is now without borders, like you tell very well, and allow you to do the structure of the deal in Turkey using our money seated in USA in a project in Mozambique. And of course, that in the end of the day, in all of these, we are involved in that, but money is seated in USA. I'm seeking guarantees in Turkey. I'm, of course, paying and making through a transaction in Mozambique profit for institutions in USA, for institutions in Turkey, and of course for all of these countries surrounding Africa, surrounding Mozambique. And it's exactly that logic of how today you have the worldwide economy, the countries so connected that is impossible, to try to hide, to try to ignore. In fact, how the world now realize, not only Africa, but all the emergency markets, and how they want to be there, of course that, in the end of the day, we can give you this example, we entered last year in Turkey, 2021, and since then until now, through Turkey, we made projects in Brazil, Mozambique, Dubai, France. What I'm telling you is, you can even show into the world how a place that was never seen in the logic of a financial center, make him a financial center, and vice versa. Make the financial center and understand that the world recognizes him like a financial center. And this is exactly a paper, that I believe that in every place that we go, we are having the capacity to bring this conscious. And in this point, you are right when you tell that we are working on the creation of a worldwide conscience for the potential and opportunities that we have in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. We have a question. Read that question. Go ahead.
We have a question from Ray, and he says, hello, Professor. Africa's challenge has been that its potential has attracted its exploitation, and the lot of the original ordinary Africans has not improved in spite of years of impressive initiatives like what we have here online. How would you suggest the situation can be improved?
You know, it's a very good question, but it's a difficult question, right? I cannot assume, and I'm not determined wrong, because I mean, who I am to in the end solve a question of this dimension, right? But you know, it's clear on what I try to discuss today. You know, that is, I think, you know, that I really believe that a society, you know, economy, to be a top economy, one of the major important first things is education, right? After, of course, you need a good health sector, you need justice, you need, of course, this type of, I mean, first need goods, right, available. But education is critical, you know. And when I talk about education is critical, because if you have people with more education, you know, you will have the capacity that the political side and the business side stay aligned, you know. And when I tell aligned means that you don't want, when you go to the government, take as much benefit as possible, and you don't go to the company and focus only on yourself. How many people do you know that they own a land with the natural resources in Africa and they sold it for someone from Occident and they run away to USA? It's the majority. Why? Not because they are bad people, not because they're unconscious, not even because they don't have education, but because their system where they are integrated doesn't have a alignment of goals, a consensus of politicals that allow them to stay. This is why this environment is critical. If you can have a society with more education, that will allow you to have a mind thinking. That mind thinking will allow you and will oblige you to be critics of the system and will oblige you to contribute and tell, I want the system in this way. And of course, that system will, of course, in one way or another, align in a way that with sustainable goals, with sustainable strategies, will allow you to develop the economy to a level that, of course, this pattern that you very well appointed, unfortunately, is not being achieved, because in the end of the day, people don't identify with the consensus around them, and they don't feel part of that system, part of that environment. And this is, in fact, you know, the major goal of a political, I mean, group, right? I mean, any government, they exist exactly for that, right? To represent the consensus of the goals of the society. And this, if you have that representation, that you can and you will may create this environment that will allow the added value, the capital generated to stay and to don't go away. Because after that, you have conditions to create your family, you have security, you have infrastructure. All of these are starting to be deployed from this first point, right? It's the origination of that that will allow you all of these contests of this garden develop and grow, and at the end of the day, of course, create this aim, this goal, this desire that you very well appointed. But in a very simplistic way, if I could tell something that is critical, is exactly that education that will allow the mind thinking, that will allow the creation of goals, strategies, and consensus on where you want to go.
Well, thank you so very much, Professor Santos, and thank you, Ray, for that question. Do we have any other questions? Any other questions or comments for Professor Santos before we close this session today? Are there any other questions? And take our break, as the First Lady says. Well, I want to first say thank you so very much to Professor Santos. Christiana, again, it's lovely seeing you and the Ethos team that are in Turkey, all all of you guys. Lovely seeing you and having you in today's presentation as part of our conference. We want to again acknowledge those in China. I see Ruth there and Elizabeth that are in China. What time is it? And somebody has a question?
In the chat.
In the chat, is there? Okay, so I see another question in the chat before. The question is, getting investors to be interested in partnership in Africa is tough. How can we make this happen? Like myself, I am a mining consultant and an entrepreneur, but business is at a standstill. Only few are lucky. Can you help in this quest? And how can we better strategize to invite more investors for business in Africa, Nigeria? Thank you, Ms. Olubukola Ashuolu Shopuju. That's a question for Professor Santos. Go ahead.
No, it's a very good question, and I'm happy because I think that I quite that lunch the creation of that question with a couple of intention, because it's a very important question, and it's a little. The answer is a little what I request when I go to a place to invest, right? And this is why I think that is a very good question. You know, I mean, in a simplistic way, right, touching in the points that I bring to the table, you know, let's think about who put money in something, right? What is the goal when you put money in something? Of course, it's invest, make a profit, and of course, develop something. How can you invest in a place, right, that you have a war every year, you have a government going down, you have no consensus in the political way, you have not clear goals, you don't have employees and society satisfied, people and families, I mean, with conditions of life? How can you go there, put your capital, and feel comfortable and safe? You cannot. Nobody wants to be in a place where his money is in risk, I mean, or at least cannot measure that risk. This is exactly why, you know, all of the examples that I was trying to bring to the table are critical. You need to have a full consensus, a full political stability. Doesn't matter if it's right or left when you are an investor, you know. When you invest in a place, you are not worried about what type of government is there. Of course, it's relevant, but not too much. What is relevant is how stable is that government? How is the consensus that government has? Is the country stable? Is the country with a full clear goal and a full strategy defined to that goal? It's exactly that will allow the creation of the clusters, that will allow the creation of a capacity to attract, I mean, capital. Why? Because the country will define what are my best sectors. I want to be leading in these sectors, and the investors will look, and if they saw, oh, wow, that country is stable, they know where they are good, I'm available to put my capital there. On the opposite side, if you feel that that country is being ruled by someone without, I mean, a clear strategy, that doesn't know what is telling or implementing, I will not go there with the capital. This is why, you know, this consensus, this stability of the government is really, really key. Of course, that it's very important after that, how the monetary policy will influence in terms of currency. It's very important how secure it's the place to be there physically. All of this, it's important in the moment of invest. But the major point that indirectly or directly influences, it's exactly what is around us, right? It's exactly the consensus that the government can implement it. This is why, you know, it's so important, clear goals, clear strategy to achieve these goals, and consensus on these goals to all the companies, to all the individuals, fight on the same way, you know, because of course, in that way, achieve the goals is easier.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Charles. I see you nodding. Do you have a question or comment, Dr. Charles, before we move on? I see you there nodding. Your Excellency, Dr. Charles, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Actually, this last question interests me a lot. And the way Professor Santos handled it, though his personality, he's a gentleman, I believe. He says that the political instability, that is what I take there, debars investors from investing in African economy. Then I believe also that this political instability is caused by bad governance. And then because of what bad governance and people want to survive by all means, people began to deploy dubious characters, and that is corruption. Because I know for some time that there was somebody that contacted me from, I think, around Brazil or something, that I should go and inquire that there are some people that told him that they are mining something that they want him to invest. Believe you me, I went there. There was nothing going on. It was calm. So I think the most things that make some people not to want to invest is that there are much scam and fraudulent people. And this become a problem to even when the real ones come to do the real thing. The fear of people that has got bonds will not make them want to invest. I think the reason why I actually come, one of the reasons to the class of SteelE is so that we organize and have a group of people in Africa that has integrity. That if anyone have a deal or a proposal, then it goes through Dr. SteelE, and Dr. SteelE will say, wait a minute, I know people who can think and who can investigate whether this was genuine or not. So thank you, sir, and God bless you.
No, thank you for your statement, because it's very important, and I fully understood in your view, right, the clear picture, right, of exactly, I think that you fully share the understanding of what is necessary from my point of view to change the things, right? And at the same time that you are exactly going and matching my view of the situation, my strategy, my implementation of the process, that I'm reading a couple of comments that are matching with us, and both talking about, this step through, right? How all these corporations from Europe and USA look for, unfortunately, this lack of consensus to explore and extract more, right? But I don't. Of course, it is sad, right? Of course, it is disappointing to see it. But one more time, and of course, don't get me wrong, because of course it's very sad. But it's exactly in these major problems that we discussed today, and this is why I think that these events are critical to make information and make consensus. We discussed today, and we are entering in a consensus. We have the key, every of us, to change it. And the beautiful part of that is, do we have the opportunity? We can create what we are discussing. It's in our hands. If every of us try to this contribution and sell to who is around us exactly this idea, we can raise more capital, raise more opportunity, make the things go exactly in this path that Dr. Charles, you just mentioned. This is exactly, we have here an opportunity.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Charles, and I want to invite the COO of the class of SteelE out of Uganda, Her Excellency Doreen Burungi, and Doreen Burungi She has her own travel agency franchise that we're establishing throughout Africa and other regions. It's called Beyond the Sky Tours and Travels. Your Excellency, Doreen Burunji, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Michael Steele. I would like, and all the excellencies in the house and all our invited guests. Thank you, Professor Carlson Santos. Well, my question or my comment to you, sir, is that I am an entrepreneur in Uganda, East Africa, and I'm also a business entrepreneur in the DRC Congo. What inspired me to start my business was to be relevant to my country, not just Uganda. I'm a Ugandan of Congo. I said, what? I think I spoke to myself and I said, I believe I can make a difference in what I am doing through tourism and travel. I can do all those things. What Africa suffers most, there are three things. One is there are those that represent Africa globally and submit our issues, our problems of Africa. And then the second category are the negotiators. The negotiators are the people who come and speak about what Africa needs and what is the best deal for Africa. The third category are the implementers. Yeah. So when we send all these people to you, you will get the politicians who come and say what Africa needs, and then the negotiators, and then the implementers are the ones who don't actually show up, the ones who do the work. They are those people who think of what Africa needs. They write very good proposals, and then the negotiators go to negotiate, and then the implementers are never put at the forefront. That is where projects really fail, because the implementers are not carried with them to implement. The presenters are always on the flight, going to Nigeria, going to the UK, going to Japan and all this. And then they bring the negotiators and the negotiators say implementers. This is where everything fails. But Africa has got cream people. It has got educated people with a lot of knowledge. The educators, okay, are people who have the knowledge. They are not the implementers. That is, they are not. So the implementers are the people who are not seen in the public eye. It's upon the decision of the implementers to say we need to support the representatives, we need to subcast on behalf of Africa and in this work for us in Africa. Because anyone who gets the money, he wants to move on. Just like Professor Carlos said, that they will come, discuss, and then before you know it, they have moved on to the UK, they have moved on to the United States or Canada. But the implementers, negotiators, and the representatives can all come to the table and say, okay, we are going to sit down, stay in Africa, spend some time, give Africa some time, yeah? Give attention and call people to be accountable for what has been discussed globally. Then Africa will change, because for sure, I know that the West and all the first world want Africa to rise and to trust Africa with the resources. The thing is that Africa has got really good resources. He said in this presentation that people will go and do mining, for example, and take the gold and take the diamond. And what next? That is it. Where are the thinkers? The thinkers have to be on the ground to see what is the next step after we have gotten the money for the purchase of these products. Where do we put this money? Because the ground on which they have mined these products is open now. What is the plan for it? So this is what Africa is doing. Africa is saying the next investors, all the he said, we have to share. I want him to give me more light about risk management, yeah? Integrate with the ones that need the funds. How do they manage that risk management? Because if Africans can understand that this money has to be paid back, the debt, then all these people, the representers, the negotiators and the implementers have to be locked in to ensure that the debt is paid. Everyone, they need to be sensitized, be prepared to work and make sure that, yes, the Westerners, people from the West, developed countries have come to raise Africa up. And it's just not money that they have to take and put in their pockets or build and take and own properties or take money abroad and go and put it and save the money into other accounts. This money is supposed to be paid back. The problem with Africa, they are very good speakers. For example, I will give a good example in Africa. Africans have got people from Nigeria really speak very well, very well. When they go to a conference, you're like, I need to work with this person or this organization. But when you go down, when you really break it down, you'll find that you can't actually invest your money with this company. You just cannot. The person will be knowledgeable, will have all the ideas, but the implementation comes from a member of the class of SteelE, the COO of the class of SteelE, the ambassador, peace ambassador of the class of SteelE. From when I was young, I was given offers to go and live in Europe. My husband asked me I should live in Europe. I said, there's nothing for me in Europe. What is here in Africa? I have to make a difference. I have to give my life as I have to make a difference in Africa. I have to ensure that things are done. And what misses in Africa is the leadership to be part of the transformation. Part. You don't just think, but you also be part of the transformation. Lastly, I don't know what criteria you use. Ethos is in 72 countries. And I don't know what is the criteria, but the world news or BBC or CNN can broadcast that there is political insecurity, for example, in my country, in Uganda, or political insecurity in the DRC. DRC has got 26 provinces, and there is a lot of potential to develop in the DRC. My country in Uganda, there was a part of the country of Uganda that had political insecurity, but it was blown out of proportion that you cannot come to Uganda. There is political insecurity. Political insecurity affects my country. Out of 100%, it could be like maybe 5% where there is, political unrest. And because of the media, the antisocial communication of the media broadcasts that Uganda is insecure. And yet it's an opportunity for those who are looking for investing in the country. Uganda has got the highest education levels, both female and women and male. They are able to do the work. The DRC itself, it has so many educated people, and the part where there is insecurity is really slim. The other day, some 10 years ago, I went to a certain area in the DRC. It's called Ituri. I found they were saying that it was insecure, but I kept going there, and I even have a business. And I talked to the people of that area, and I said, I have the capacity to bring a change in your country. And today, my country today is considering the ideas that I shared, and they're implementing. They're wiping away all the small groups, the small groups that are bringing insecurity. It's not insecurity. The Chinese are in Uganda investing. The Indians are in Uganda investing. All these people who take risks, to do investment in these countries, which are flagged as insecure, they are doing so well. So I don't know your criteria. My suggestion is, before, you hear what the media says, why not do a due diligence yourself? Come down to Africa, come down to a country that you want to put your money, and then see. Stay for some 3 months. You need to stay 3 months. Don't just come 1 week and go. No, you will not understand the dynamics of that area. You have to have patience, and then you'll know, oh, all right, actually I can do very good, prosperous business. So with that being said, I don't know. I don't know what I have said. I've said a lot of politics. I've talked about finance. I've talked about human resource, and I've talked about leadership in Africa. This is exactly what it is.
Your Excellency, Doreen Burunji, I wish you would have been the first person to speak, but I know that, as a matter of fact, you are the COO for the class of SteelE, and you know that I'm a non-executive member of the board for Ethos Asset Management, so you will have many times with Professor Santos. But Professor Santos, I'll allow you to give a response to that, because I think it was in depth and it has a great level of relevance to discuss. Go ahead, Professor Santos. And by the way, on the 3-month thing, I can assure you he doesn't even have 2 days to spare. But Professor Santos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Excellency, Dr. Michael Steele.
You know, darling, I mean, first of all, I mean, congratulations for your statements. Okay, I mean, I understand. I will not tell pain, but the frustration, you know, that you express, and I think, you know, you personalize. Of course, I mean, you don't know myself probably well, or even what it is do, and what you express a little, exactly the personification of this. I mean, depression situation, because it is. You are everything that you told in a general way, you know, touching in real points. Okay, what first you need to see in every point of my discussion. This is very important. I was telling that Africa doesn't have education. It's not that, but you touching a point, you know, that it's not exactly like that at the end happen. You know, you touching a point that is the Occident goes and extract. It's true that. But the reason that is happened, that extraction now, is based in a point that you cannot forget. It's in this point of education. You have wonderful education, you know, you have places with top level. But one thing that you are forgetting is, you know, this doesn't mean that the system works well. This doesn't mean that you don't have corruption. And I can't tell you what I'm telling, because I go to make business. I mean, you were talking about be there. I can tell the last 9 years, you know, my average, I did 104 countries in the world. In all Africa, I only have 1 country that I didn't put I didn't have the opportunity to be present. And in all of that reality, you're talking about 3 countries per month, you know, that I go. I can tell you that. I know exactly what you mean. But you are forgetting one point, that is, it's the national people that needs to be the first to don't allow it, because this exists because of corruption, because the governments, the companies, the corporations, the individuals, they don't want that this added value that we bring goes in. They are the first to ask it to go out. And this is the point. Then when I talk about, you know, it's not when you go to the school and have wonderful professors. It's more than that. It's the point that you have the conscience that you just mentioned, that you were the person that did it. You need, each of the individuals needs to have this conscience, and don't sell an asset that in 10 years will generate millions and millions per year for a couple of thousands of dollars today. Because this is what happened. The governors, the rulers, the decision makers alienating, selling the best assets for nothing. Why? Because it's money on the pocket today. And after, the society around doesn't take it. Because see, it's easier to talk in this way, but think about, I mean, I have a spirit that I go, I take the risk, but how risky it is travel and stay in Nigeria for an American investor, or go to Angola, or go to, Ambassador Michael Steele and myself have a travel now, Central Republic of Africa, that you don't have even an airport, that you need even to go without a street. You don't have a hotel. Of course, I'm not talking about luxury and the resorts. I'm talking about security, a place that the investor knows that the money will be respected, that will not be stolen. How can I put the money in a bank that the bank is managed like his personal account? I put the money in and cannot take it out. You see, and this is critical. And I'm not offending a professor. I'm a professor in the university. It's not that. These are, unfortunately, the poor people that work to change the world, to change Africa. But the education starts by the values, by what you need to do. Remember that it's much bigger than bring a person, stay a week, and try to buy a couple of houses. It's not that you're talking. We are talking, you are talking. See, this project that I told you today, it's a $3.6 billion. I'm putting in Africa that. Why? Because I want to create a system. But what guarantees do I have that that investment will happen? What consensus do I need to know that Tanzania, Mozambique, Uganda, Angola, all of these countries will cooperate and respect the same goal of the other? This is my point, This is what I talk about, political stability, political goals. You talk about Ghana, go to Guinea, go to Ghana. What is the sectors that the government has identified to be the major sectors? What did the government did to attract that capital to develop? What systems, what strategies was implemented with sources? What follow-up, what feedback do you have to see how far are you from the goal? This doesn't exist. Is this follow-up? Is this updating process? That is, of course, not possible to do in one day. Will not be you isolated or me isolated, but you and myself and any of us here cannot use the argument, I cannot change it alone. No, we are obliged to do it, because if one of us do our part, we will be closer. This was the message that was trying to pass to you, and not an attack for the education system. Of course, it's one of the reasons, but I'm not telling that it's because you don't have education in terms of school. No, you have. Even a lot of people go study to London inclusively, go to USA, but after they return to do what? They return to extract their own capital from these countries, not to add value for these countries. That was exactly what you told. But this is only possible if you feel comfortable, if you feel consensus, if you feel safe in a place. Nobody wants to leave if it's not safe, right? It's exactly that, my point. But please, I see that more people is putting their hand in the air on YouTube.
I think, Professor Santos, we're going to have you back for another session at an appointed time. We would restructure it and bring you back. Professor Santos, come on, let's celebrate Professor Santos. We have to celebrate him. We have another speaker, myself. I'm speaking next, and we're supposed to be taking a break until 1:20, and it's now 1:20. So we will be taking a break until 1:30, and we'll return at 1:30, where I will do my presentation, and then we have a presentation from our colleague in Barbados, Stevenson. But on that note, I want to assure you, the reason why we have this conference, the reason why we established it and brought some of the top leaders globally and decision makers is because we want to stimulate debate. We want to stimulate dialogue. We want to create an environment where individuals will become more mindful of what is out there on both sides of the fence. Professor Santos, you've done us proud. Thank you so very much for being with us. I hope you have a brief moment at least to hear a little bit of my session, if it is possible. But thank you for being with us. and we are going to take a break, and we will be back at 1:30. Is that us? Yes, at 1:30 sharp, and we will go on to the next session on the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate Professor Santos and his team. Thank you so very much from the class of SteelE family. We appreciate you all for being with us. And we see you back at the same link at 1:30. And we will not close for those who just want to chill and hang around. That is fine. We're okay, but you can unmute yourself and just, thank you. Just take a break. Carlos, thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Christiana, thank you very much. And thank you so very much, Martin, for your submission. Thank you. Hi, Lady McNair. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Michael. That was a lovely event.
Thank you so very much. We're going to get ready to do the next 2 sessions, and then we're going to say, yay, it was a wrap.
Right. Well, I'm sorry I have to leave. I've been running up and down the stairs. I have an event going on in the information center, which is about to end, and then we have to prep for another one later this afternoon. So, but it was great this morning. Thank you so much, and you're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you so very much. My blessings to you, Lady McNair. Thank you.
To you and Jeannie as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. Bye. What was what was Reverend saying? Mm-hmm.